Ladies and gents, welcome back to the SKYCITY Adelaide. We are here for our Centurion final table. Thank you so much for joining us. We continue on from last night's action. We have 7 players remaining. 5 players will be paid. Just shy of 6,500 for that min cash. These guys will have their eyes firmly set on that top prize, 32,400. My name is Corey Van J. I'll be bringing you guys all the action as we play down to a winner here today. Love to know who you guys are cheering for. Love to know where you're watching from. And if you have any questions, feel free to fire them away into the comments. I'll do my best to answer them for you. Looks like we've got a couple of late arrivals. Chris and Milan not quite in their seats just yet. $32 Gs on the line. I hope they're not too far away.
He said don't bother.
Yeah, no. I mean, it's easier for you. It's also nice for them not seeing that they're...
Yeah. Hold aces or something.
Yeah, exactly.
Seat 1 fold, seat 2 fold. Raise. Seat 3 raise, 25,000.
I'm going to get straight into the action here. The ace 2 offsuit over to Rankin, the small blind.
Seat 6 fold, seat 9 fold.
A big blind sitting out this hand.
Why don't we scan the cards for people that are now? Yeah. Seat 6 check.
10, 8, 5, nothing for anyone. Ace high still out in front.
Seat 3 check.
King Queen suited. Plenty of good run-outs. Jack of Spades is one of the cards that Rankin likes to see. Picks up an open ender now to go along with his 2 over cards.
20,000.
Arman is ahead, but it's pretty tough for him to know on a board this connected.
Seat 3 fold.
See our chip counts on screen just now. Dean still our chip leader, just shy of 1 million chips. Arman not too far behind on 750. A couple of 500,000 chip stacks there as well. Dale, after a pretty nasty beat to conclude our broadcast last night, Queens versus Ace Queen, and he was not able to hold all the way to the river. Gut shot coming in on 5th Street. Left Dale crippled. 6 bigs now for him to try and spin up to get himself back in.
You guys are no mercy. No?
It wasn't us.
Chris is back, unfortunately.
I didn't know
Because
how
this
far
hand are
away
not going to be live. You'll have to wait for the next one to get back
No,
involved.
Arman knew that.
Did he? He said he didn't know about
I
you.
just messaged you.
You met, but didn't Milan message you? Or not?
What's that?
Didn't Milan message you?
Yeah, but Milan didn't say you were coming late. And then I didn't see you here, so I messaged you.
Seat 3 fold.
I just messaged in the chat.
Seat 4
I literally asked Arman, I was just like, do you know where they are? He's like, Chris hasn't said anything and Milan's close by.
Mark says, howdy Geordie. Unfortunately, Jordan is busy commentating elsewhere. He's left us behind. He's stuck with CVJ, the backup plan today.
71. He's on 20.
Thanks for joining us, Mark.
71.
Dale, we're going to get straight into the action here. Going to pull the trigger on the 6 big blind jam here with the ace jack. David with a very nice looking hand. For 6 bigs, I wouldn't blame him for calling here, but he is going to find out the bad news if he makes that call. Jack 9 suited's usually going to be very live. In this case, he is dominated, but still going to get there a third of the time. Dale, once again, just needs to hold. He couldn't with the queens, but can he with the ace jack for his tournament life? Gut shot for the Jack 9 suited. Board pair changes nothing. And King on the river is clean. Dale will find the much needed double up, get himself back in this game. Up to 13 bigs, he's still got some work to do, but first step is complete.
Cheers.
Hold on for quick materials, right? Get a double and what do we do?
T3 raise, 25,000. Seat 4 fold. Seat 5 fold. Seat 6 fold.
Damiano joins us in the Facebook chat. Thanks, Damiano. Hope you enjoy the stream. I'm thrilled to be here. Arman's thrilled to pick up ace queen suited here under the gun.
Seat 1 fold. Seat 2 fold.
It's not in blind.
Milan has made it.
Oh, is that because of the NADOC week thing that was like next door?
Just too late for his big blind, unfortunately. Let's see what he can do from here.
Message me at 7 goes, this. I can't sleep.
What happened to Bitcoin?
Oh, wonderful! The man himself is here. Mark in the Facebook chat was really excited to hear from you, it seems, and I had to disappoint him. But here we go.
Before I got summoned, I thought I might just pop in and say hi. I'm not going to be able to stay for too long, but how are you all doing? 7 remaining, 36 entries. Familiar face, as I can see.
Yep, we are having a blast so far. Early on in the broadcast today, obviously, but Dale managed to find himself a double after a really nasty beat, wrapping things up last night.
He had aces every time.
Yep.
Had a couple of players show up late, but everyone is in their seats now. 2 away from the money.
Who wants to rock up early to win 32k? Come on.
No, they've got important things to do, I'm sure. Busy men.
Of course.
So Jordan, what's on the agenda for you today?
I'm going to be getting on a plane in about half an hour and flying over to Jeju. Not really.
Express flight? You get there pretty quick?
Yep. Oh yeah, it's a hop, a skip and a jump away from where I am. Yeah, that's unfortunately why I wasn't able to come and chat with you lovely folks. Prior engagements, but coming in to say hello, because I couldn't just not come in and say hi to the Centurion.
Well, we're thrilled that you could make an appearance, Jordan. Don't worry, I'll take care of everyone.
I'm thrilled to be able to hear your voice back at a commentary booth, mate. It's been too long.
I'll tell you, it's good to be back. It is very good to be back.
I'm looking forward to plenty of chats that we're going to have. Hopefully you can sneak into the booth at some point during the million.
It would be it would be great. I mean, those main event FTs they've got to be probably the most fun broadcasts that we've done, Jordan. Watching the highest stake.
Looks like a spicy turn card for both these guys.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of these blind versus blind battles over the course of yesterday's broadcast. We see another one developing here, and this time Arman decides not to pounce on the limp. We've seen him being pretty aggressive against Milan's limps earlier. He decides not to this time, and he's going to manage to bail himself out with a chop, even though he was completely dominated going into the flop. Both players nailing this gut shot on the turn. This pot is destined to be chopped. I can't imagine any way that this actually gets either player to fold. Maybe the Heart River and some real craziness, but I'd say this is probably just going to see the pot bloat up a little bit and then get split between these two guys. See if anything crazy happens.
To ask for a 9 river and to see what both these guys do.
The 9 river would probably be the most exciting. Blind versus blind, it would be extremely chaotic. Both can pretty credibly wrap a 9 here, and the same is true for a 10, if that 9 is to peel off on the river. I think you might be asking a little bit too much, seeing as we've been playing for like 10 minutes, Jordan. Let's.
Yeah.
To be honest, I'm still reeling from Chris's Queen Jack suited bluff from last night. That one shook me. Utterly insane. He finds an almost 2x pot overbet jam on the river after donking the turn with just Queen High and manages to get a rivered top pair to fold. You could see when... Yeah. You could see once the live feed caught up to the guys, Arman was not thrilled to see that he'd actually been bluffed off of that hand.
I could imagine.
Milan gave this one a lot of thought and elected to just call. Now that's probably going to have Arman feeling even more comfortable that he will be taking this pot down outright, but that is not going to be the case. This 5 of diamonds does downgrade both of their hands a little bit. Possibility of a full house is now present, but I think it's unlikely enough that the two of them will probably be pretty comfortable to put in a few more chips with each of their 9s.
It's going to be interesting the way this hand is played. Arman's definitely going to try and look for some value here with this straight. And if he gets check jammed on, given it's a limp off 91 and Milan took so long to call on the turn, I don't think he's going to be too stoked about the possibility of the hands that he's going to be against.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be pretty confident a check jam would actually get through. The thing is that I think...
Check.
Yeah, wow. Pretty tight. We saw Arman go for 1 or 2 really nice thin value bets yesterday, but he decides to just play this one nice and safe. Perhaps he was worried about the possibility of that check raise after the long tank.
Board pair's never comfortable by blind, but either way, shot the biscuit up.
Yeah, I think it was going to be very hard for that hand to result any differently.
Yeah, definitely. Anyway, my friend, I will leave you to it. Coming in to take a very quick hello.
Oh, it's been a blast.
In this one, and I will see you at the million. But hopefully, I say this earlier, hopefully we don't get the chance, and I'm going to be very disappointed by the end of the series that we don't get the chance to put together because winning.
I mean, I would slightly prefer that, but
yeah,
I'll very happily take one off to jump in the booth. Thanks so much for joining us, Jordan. It's been a blast to hear your voice. Look forward to chatting to you again soon.
I'll see you all at the APL million.
Seat 6 fold, seat 7 fold. Sorry, seat 9 fold, seat 1 fold.
You win a hand. Double it. Oh, he double. Who double? Oprah. Yeah. I thought you were going to win. You got the second best hand. That's the trend.
No, that was yesterday's trend.
Yeah, it's insane.
Terry over in the Twitch chat asking who is the better bearded Dean, Dean Cox or Dean Black? I mean, I've got to say it's a pretty fair fight, that one, but given that today Dean's the guy with closing in on a million chips, we can give him the benefit of the doubt for at least today.
With the back foot.
Any 10, any 9, backdoor spades. Repeat
Shane asking what's it like before waking up before 5 p.m. for Arman. Well, 32 G's on the line. That might get me out of bed a little bit early.
I was pretty happy with that run out.
And Pat joins us. Thanks for joining us, Pat.
Seat 6 fold.
Raise.
Seat 9 raise, 25,000. Seat 1 fold. Seat 2 fold.
Chris now back at the table and back in the action with this pair of sixes. All the way around to the blinds. King 8 suited. Definitely a hand that Dale could defend here. So only starting the hand with 15 bigs. Won't take a whole lot for him to put that stack in, but he will have to be a little bit cautious knowing that we are 2 off the money. But being the shortest stack, there's some incentive for him to try and take a little bit of risk and build up, get himself back in it. And he's going to pick up the nut flush draw here.
Seat 5 check.
Chris's specific hand doesn't really love c-betting this flop, but given that it's an ace-high flop, he is able to put a lot of pressure on it. Probably makes sense for him to just bet his entire range. I do think we will see c-bet, and I do like this c-bet, even though our sixes aren't our favourite c-betting hand. That's 5 for 20k.
I can literally see.
Yeah, well, my legs don't really get
That's
cold.
a strange spot here for Dale, because if he had a strong ace, he'd have probably jammed pre-flop. So a check jam
Seat 5 call.
maybe isn't that credible. You're not representing very many hands at all. Check calling means that you miss some opportunities to fold out some of the lighter c-bets, maybe like these pocket sixes.
Seat 5 check.
They're going to check once more. Chris is probably able to just slow this one down now, pump the brakes. It's going to be extremely difficult for him to get called by worse hands. Except for maybe specifically Also, pretty hard to think that he can get better hands to fold unless he wants to go 3 streets and try and fold out a jack. Saw Chris run an incredible bluff. Showed great moxie at the end of our stream last night with that Queen Jack suited. We know that he's capable.
C9 bets 48,000.
And this is a pretty healthy size bet. Now, this is the problem with check calling the King 8 suited for Dale on the flop. It's so difficult in a spot like this where check call and check raise neither really feels like a great option, but we know we can't fold. Check jam very likely could have taken this down and at least would have guaranteed that he realizes his 50-odd% equity that he had on the flop. But here, facing this double barrel, he might not even be able to call. He might have to let this nut flush draw go. It's going to cost him more than a third of his stack to make this call. Perhaps he thinks that he has some showdown value as well as that flush draw, so he is going to make the call. Praying for a spade on the river here. He's not able to find it, and in fact it is going to be the 6. Chris was turning his hand into a bluff, but has shockingly found a way to improve.
C5 check.
Dale here, thankfully for his sake, doesn't turn his hand into a bluff. This would be the only street where it would certainly have failed. Chris, of course, going to go for some value here on the river. 85k left behind. May as well just put the rest in. So at that point, Dale will probably have a pretty good idea that his showdown value is no more.
C9's all in.
Dale is going to consider it here. There's a lot of chips in the middle.
C5 fold.
If he calls and wins, he'll be up to 360,000 or so. If he folds, he's left with 85. Of course, if he calls and loses, that's the end of the tournament.
I made a comment
Now
about
back down to 7 bigs.
bigs.
Quite a gap between him and the pack. He's got some work to do here to get back into it. 2 off the money, it's a very tense spot for Dale.
I just got a little bit in. But it's yeah.
C9 fold.
That's what I keep saying every 3 months. This is his time. I've got real world determined. Real world determined.
C1 fold.
It looks like all the banking is going to be under like
C2 fold.
by the whatever reach.
C3 fold.
Round at 2, Dean now on the button with a big hand.
C4 raise 25,000.
He's going to bump it up. Dale, nothing to contend with. See if Rankin... Oh, Rankin has picked up a big hand. Wow, and somehow he doesn't put in the 3-bet. Rankin's trying to trap here, but little does he know, he might have actually just saved his tournament life. King high flop. Dean will love that he's virtually got this locked up, but... somehow Rankin is not going to go broke on this hand. 9 of spades doesn't change anything. Now this is just absurd. I am shocked that we did not see a 3-bet here. Rankin again playing this unconventional, kind of erratic style, going from really tight to really loose to really aggressive to really passive. A little bit all over the place, but his timing seems to have been spectacular from what we've seen. He's going to pay the second barrel here. It's certainly possible that he pays off a third bet here as well. His hand is not an overpair, but he is just up against the button, and the button is the chip leader, and it's proven to be aggressive.
Do they scan my thing? Or not?
4 bet, 125.
125k. Rankin looks like he wants to call this. Certainly wouldn't blame him. He slow played the hand pre. I assume he's done that because he expects that Dean is going to be playing very aggressively post-flop, putting in a lot of bluffs, and if that's the case, it doesn't really make sense to trap and then fold when you get what you want. Dean is going to get paid. However, Rankin sitting with 200,000 still. Certainly could have lost the whole lot on that hand had he just played it straightforward. Regardless, Dean will take down a big pot. Now over 1.1 million, the first player in this Centurion to cross that 7-figure milestone. Probably a little bit disappointed to not have the entire stack there, but when he realizes how much he's got in front of him, I think he'll feel just okay.
He could have got away, but he didn't.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty wild. That is wild.
Oh, it's like, oh yeah, top set. It's actually better if it's a low board.
Terry lets us know that Dean gets paid here 9 out of 10 times because of his image back home. They refer to it as the Dean tax. Well, Rankin certainly got Dean tax there. He might have saved a few chips, but he'll be feeling that.
C6 raised 26,000.
He decides to put some pressure on with this 3-2 offsuit. We actually saw him play this yesterday in a blind versus blind battle. He managed to flop 2 pair when he did. It's going to be very difficult for him to win this pot though. Chris, with the 8, is just going to go ahead, put the jam in. Less than 20 effective. I think we'll take it down.
You look like you went through all the different emotions in that hand. I honestly thought you were folding initially, and then you pulled out the chips, and then you were about to call, and then you hadn't a second thought about it. And then... right. Yeah.
Two fold. So 3 fold. C4 fold.
Falling.
C5's all in.
Dale, 6.5 bigs, and he has picked up the ace-9. Is going to pull the trigger on the jam. Rankin with the king-9. Going to have to fold with a couple of players behind. He might consider that from the big blind, but Dale is going to pick this one through. Pick this one through. Get this one through. Then back over the 100,000 mark. Still a ways to go. We do have 2 players below that 20 big blind mark now.
That's me waiting for you.
Oh, you're waiting.
He complains about not tanking, and then he doesn't tank.
You got to try a second tank, right? Generous. Thank you.
That's about 1% of the time, if not less, that he took before he jammed 260 bigs on 260k to
Free
a
fold.
spot. You know?
Seat 4 fold. Seat 5 fold. Seat 6 raise, 24,000. Seat 9 fold. Seat 1 fold.
Rankin going to go ahead and open up another speculative hand from the cutoff here. 8-6 suited. Certainly a hand you can typically play from the cutoff. Given the ICM dynamics and Rankin's stack, I'd probably recommend just playing a little more on the snug side here, but hard to blame if you're wanting to play a hand this pretty from a late position. Milan has picked up an ace in the big blind here, contemplating his options. $16 bigs effective. If he knows how active Rankin has been over the course of yesterday's play, assuming that he's keeping that up, probably actually makes sense to just put the pressure on the jam here. It's going to get through a lot. And he's going to put in the 3-bet to 72. Interesting that he just doesn't go ahead and jam for 16 effective here. This will get the job done.
No. Yeah. That's the card.
Seat 4 fold. Seat 5 fold. Seat 6 fold. Seat 9 fold.
See, Rankin going to take a backseat with the 6-5 suited this time. We are around to David on the button. 8-4 not quite going to cut it. King 9-4 line in the small blind. See him playing a lot of limps into Arman's big. It's a perfectly reasonable hand to continue that strategy with. Might be just strong enough for him to go for a raise as well. Is going to go for the limp. Arman will oblige the chip flop here. 6-3 is going to take the lead here. Nothing at all for Milan.
C2 check.
Was I going to win if I raised the flop on you before? I'll find out in about 2 minutes.
I got very lucky on you.
Oh, did you? No, I didn't.
You're fine.
So raising
You'll
flop.
actually second.
Yeah, sort of. Raising flop works then for me.
Yeah.
C2 check.
Check, check, and Milan is going to find his card on the turn. He's going to continue checking here. Fortunately for Arman, I don't think he has a whole lot of reason to bet. He's got a little bit of showdown value. It's just one card to come. Doesn't need to protect his hand so much. Only the one remaining street. I'd like to see Milan go ahead and try and get some value himself here. Milan's not really shown much interest in betting this pot himself. The top pair, got to just take the initiative here, in my opinion.
C2 bets 30,000.
This is a big bet as well. Almost full pot size. Polarized bet. I was saying he's either very strong or very weak, and if he's very weak, Arman can probably win with a 3. Of course, loses to every value bet with the bottom pair. Giving this some thought, and it looks like he's going to pay it.
Very cool.
He is. Polarized bet's going to get the job done. Milan going to find himself some value. We see the pre-flop raise stats here. 28% for Rankin, which is one of the reasons why it was so shocking to see him elect to just call those queens before. Salted Sugar joins us in the YouTube chat, chatting about exactly that hand. Shocked to see the queens not 3-betting. Funnily enough, it very likely saved Rankin's tournament life.
Sounds like he's
Nine bigs and king queen suited for Dale. He is going to pull the trigger on the jam. With so many people behind, it's probably actually advisable Dale leaves a couple of chips behind. It's going to make a difference probably less than 1% of the time, but if there was multiple people jamming behind or in front of him, behind him. Sorry guys, I'm halfway through my first coffee of the day. If there were several jams behind him, then maybe he could actually fold and try and secure that min cash. As it is, he is going to get it in here, and it is going to be a fair fight. King Queen suited plays Ace 8 off suit. Dean, our table chip leader, going to attempt to eliminate his fellow Team WA. We're off to a flop. Dale needs to find a king, a queen, or some clubs. He's not able to do it on the flop. 8 changes nothing. 9 is a brick, and we will farewell Dale Marsland in 7th place. Pretty unfortunate end to Dale's run after that really nasty beat against Rankin as we finished play last night. The queens versus the ace queen suited. Chose not to check jam that king high flush draw before. Resulted in taking another big hit to his stack, and eventually ultimately will lose this flip against Dean, and the chip leader will extend his chip lead.
Is that important in the email? No thoughts.
6 players remaining, so ladies and gents, you know what that means. We are officially on the bubble here. Our next eliminated player is going to be collecting $0 from the payout cage. Our 5th place finisher will be taking home $6,480 for their efforts. Very tense moment. Rankin currently the table short stack, the one on the chopping block. With him being the short stack, gives Dean a lot of opportunity to leverage that. All the other middling stacks at the table do not want to take any big risks. They do not want to be having their stack threatened while that short stack is present with this 6.5k min cash looming. Dean with his 1.2 million, he's aware of that, and I think he's going to look to leverage it if opportunities present themselves. And he's going to look for an opportunity here with the Jack 10. is going to outflop David.
It's 25,000.
Ace high flop David is going to continue against the second pair. It's going to take a bit more work if he's going to take this pot down. I think the sevens, he probably doesn't
You were good jammer.
really have much incentive to
Maybe.
continue to build this pot.
Doesn't matter. You win anyway. You didn't expect to be ahead, did you?
No, I did not expect it.
Dean will feel a little more confident in his 10 now that the ace repeats, and he's going to go for a block bet size on the river here, try and get a crying call from a hand exactly like David has. There is a lot of draws that have bricked here. King, Queen, King, Jack, Queen, Jack. Loads of heart draws. David is going to pay the 30k, and Dean will squeeze some value out of his Jack-10 offsuit there. Coming very close to double the second place stack here. Great spot for Dean, and given that we're on the bubble here, having such a chip lead is very dangerous for the rest of the players at the table. We'll see if Dean's able to utilise that on the way to the money.
Turns the butterball too.
Terry over in the Twitch chat says Dean is definitely not getting selected for the next State of Origin
Yeah, that's it.
after taking out team captain Dale.
It's hard to be the six of spades.
One call. 2 folds. 3 folds.
Now Dean would open hands far worse than ace-10, so he'll be thrilled to look down at this one on the button.
4 raises 25,000. 3 folds. 5 folds.
Couple pieces of cheese in the blind. Dean will pick up another pot. Payouts there on screen. 32.4 for our eventual winner.
That's something like
I keep getting like random job offer ads that are like, I'm not jobs that will stay home more money. It's just fucking Race.
King 6
4
for
raises
Dean.
25,000. 6 folds.
Like I said, he doesn't need anything as strong as ace-10 to get involved. We see a king-queen offsuit hitting the muck there from Chris. Really respecting the ICM here and respecting power of Dean's stack in this setup. All these middling stacks are really going to want to see what happens with Rankin's stack before they make any really committal decisions.
you don't put your number in anything that makes you do
Look at this. Look at this.
I should have folded you pre-flop.
Huh?
I should have folded you
Yeah,
pre-flop.
you should just fold me pre-flop for sure. Fold coins every time to me pre-flop.
So crazy.
Could you imagine Dale actually wakes up with a hand between those two?
3 folds.
8-4 suited here for Dean. Now this one is certainly on the weaker side. It wouldn't shock me to see him play it anyway, but so they can't blame him for giving up a hand as weak as just 8-4 from the hijack. Ace-3 gonna fold on the button. Over to David now. 25 bigs to start the hand. He does have King-Jack. Ace-high for Milan, facing the limp. David is the notably shorter stack in this hand, so if Milan wants to start to utilise some of that ICM pressure here, he does have the option to do so. And he's just going to go ahead and put the chips in. Knows this jam is going to get through virtually always.
1 folds.
David can only call if he's limped in with some kind of monster to set the trap. Well done from Milan to identify the opportunity there. Pikey joins us in the Facebook chat asking, I assume you're asking about late reg for the Jack Star. Assuming it's the same as the other Jack Stars, you should still be able to register for the first level tomorrow. So definitely try to get in today, make the most of that Jack Star. It's an incredible tournament. But if you are running a little bit late, don't stress. Plenty of time for you to get amongst it. Two bigs for Rankin here.
Six raises 50,000. One folds, one folds.
Gonna raise it up to 50k. Just about half his stack here. Arman has a decision. Seeing how much is actually on the line here in this hand, he might decide to run it with the King Queen for 12 bigs.
It's about
50.
50.
Your face when I turned over the kings, you like.
Option here for Arman is maybe to actually go for a stop and go play. Rankin's given you the option to do that. If you just call, yeah, and he will just call, and he can probably just jam basically any flop. If Rankin misses, he'll probably have to fold, given that they're on the bubble. Now, on this flop, it's probably not going to change much. There's 90k behind. Arman has flopped the second pair. He has the backdoor spade draw. He's not going to love facing the jam here, but once you call for 50, you probably just have to put the rest in here.
89.
See, Arman's not loving it, but I really don't think we're going to see him folding. Unfortunately for him, not only is he up against an ace, but he's actually up against the top and bottom pair for Rankin. Only live out is a queen. Seeing Rankin double up here is going to be pretty painful for everyone on the table, apart from maybe Dean. I'm just asking himself, would Rankin actually put the last of his chips in on the bubble here without having caught that ace? Struggle here is if you are up against a hand like, say, ace 10, for example, is still getting like 2.2 to 1, and you're going to have around 20% equity, so it's only a slight loss if we just consider the chip EV in that situation. And if you're ahead, then you're probably a long way ahead. I do think we'll see Arman make the call here. Certainly wouldn't blame him for doing so. Project Sunrun joins us in the Facebook chat cheering for Dean. Thanks for tuning in.
$89.
I think Arman is really suspicious. I think he's got a pretty good feeling that he is up against that top pair. He does make the call, and he'll get the bad news that he's in even worse shape than he thought. Rankin just needs to fade a queen. Also needs to fade a jack. For is clean for the ace-8. Rankin will find the much-needed double. Back to almost 300,000 chips. with that, there's no real short stack now present here on the bubble. 6.5k min cash here in the Centurion. One of these players will be taking home nothing.
Folds. 9 folds. 1 folds. Two folds. 3 folds.
Looking at those chip counts, you see 1.4 million for Dean, 600k the next closest. Really commanding chip lead. It's a little more difficult for Dean to put the pressure on those middling stacks without that short stack present. However, with such a significant chip advantage, certainly has the flexibility to speculate, make some moves, really make the lives of his opponents difficult. Especially as we approach that money bubble, or approach that min cash rather.
2 folds. 3 folds.
Looks like this one's going to get through for Chris. Nice, easy raise and take it. So our two shorter stacks of David and Rankin still sitting on around 23, 24 big blinds. A lot of chips in play here in the Centurion.
Two raises 25,000. 3 folds.
King Jack suited for Milan here, up to 25. Round 2, our big blind. Chris with a suited connector. His diamonds are dominated. That could get him into trouble here. He's of course going to take the flop.
One checks.
Milan is going to connect with the middle pair here. Ace high flop. He may just want to c-bet his entire range here and should take it down immediately.
That's 28,000.
Just backdoors for Chris, and neither of them very impressive, especially on the ace high board. Liam in the Facebook chat. That's cheeky. Says, great to see the Centurion smash the guarantee. Now, Liam, look, we've been giving them a hard enough time about just putting guarantees on the thing in the first place. let's cut them a little bit of slack here.
Monday.
Monday?
You're gonna fly for the next stage.
Yeah.
That's how they get people. That's how they keep people coming back to the next tour event.
Yeah, we continue day 1 of those.
2 folds, 3 folds. 4 folds.
Rankin going for the steal on the button here. Chris
7 months or something. You know how like they would play to the final table.
probably has something to say about that with the two
like
queens.
the old November 9 sort of, yeah.
I'll be so tilted. I mean, I guess
23 bigs effective.
Well, that's what a lot of them do, right? A lot of the like
You may just elect to jam this from the small blind.
it does also give,
Sizing would make sense, but with a hand as strong as queens, he might decide he wants to go a little bit
they
smaller.
all get paid out their million.
Try and induce something
then if you're like
out of one of his opponents.
oh, they get paid $1 million.
They get paid. They get paid the 9.
He's just going to pull the trigger on the jam.
So they all get the money.
Perhaps thinks that small 3-bet might look a little bit too suspicious against 2 weak hands. Don't think it was going to make much of a difference.
Yeah, I think there's
Which sizing chose this time?
Yeah, exactly. But you are like, you saw some of those ones, like the one that Adrian got like second in and stuff like that. They were cooked. Like they were so cooked when all the money matters, right? Like they're on their like 10th day of 14 hours, fuck all sleep. And that's when it matters, right? You want to be fresh and gone. Like
That's part of the test.
it is. That's part of it, right?
Is there a
That's-
day break now between final table, or they just go straight to final
I
table?
think it's go straight to final table.
That's I reckon they should. That's
Depending how many more tickets he buys. I haven't been for a while just because of the tax. This is so much in Australia and Asia.
Yeah, I got a European passport. I'm sweet.
You're still committing tax fraud.
No,
Yeah, unless if the accountant to where you're paying tax, so the fact that you live here, like a lot of people do it, like videos doing that, all that sort of stuff. Yeah, but it's still tax fraud.
everything's fraud these days.
Peter joins us in the YouTube chat, cheering for Dean. Thanks for joining us, Peter. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in to check out the Centurion here at the SkyCITY Adelaide Casino.
You get most of the back, but you have to wait.
Yeah, but
This is the annoying part.
Do let us know who you're cheering for. Let us know where you're watching from, and if you have any questions, feel free to fire them away.
oh yeah, no.
So you can only claim 90% of your losses now. You can't even claim 100% of your losses.
Wow.
There was like, there you go.
Pair of sixes here for Milan. Seen countless blind versus blind battles between Milan and Arman over the course of today and yesterday. I think this might be the first time we've seen where Milan is actually the player with the bigger stack here. Only 11 big blinds difference, so Arman can still certainly do a lot of damage. See if Milan feels comfortable enough to bloat this pot up a little bit, go for the raise with the sixes, or if he continues the limping strategy.
So raises 40,000.
Bump it up to 40k. Jack 7 offsuit, just not quite going to cut it for Arman. We'll let that one go.
Some stuff going around. So like if you do a $1 million flip with the mate and you lose, and then you do another $1 million flip with your mate and you
Sam
lose,
joins us, says he
you
can't
both
wait
even,
for the
you both
Jack
go
Star.
100K.
I am gutted that I'm not going to be playing it, but at least I'll be able to do the next best thing and bring you guys the coverage over the next couple of days as we play that Jack Star down to a winner.
People, when they do builds that big,
Ben
you get
tuning
support
in,
that
watching
way,
from
so they go,
Mackay,
"That's
cheering
support
for
that way,
Dean."
you add this. Right? And so all
Ben,
this
did you
other
play
stuff
in
gets
the
added on and added on and
huge
added
tournament
on.
they just had down in Mackay? I think it was over the last weekend. That thing was absurd. 30-something thousand up top for a tournament in Mackay, of all places. You told me a few years ago that we were going to be paying someone out that big. Up there, I would not have believed you. Shout out to AJ for putting on a massive event, doing what no one thought could be done.
It costs 12,000.
Arman, ace-5 suited, going to go ahead and complete the small blind. Doesn't want to get this pot loaded against the chip leader on the bubble here, so he elects to play it slow. 9-3 off for Dean. Now this is a hand that he could elect to turn into a bluff here in the big blind, put some pressure on. Whiff for both players here. Arman still out in the lead with the ace high. Check from both. 4 of diamonds is actually going to improve Arman to a steel wheel draw. Dean still with just the 9 high. And that second check is going to give Dean the confidence to fire a bluff at this now. Now this one is not going to work. Dean hitting his 3 would not have him win this hand. That would improve Arman to the straight. However, 5 on the river would actually improve Dean to the straight. He has picked up a gut shot on this turn. Arman understandably calling. We go to the river. We will see an ace. Arman going to improve, not to the nuts, but to top pair. Dean, after firing the turn, it might make sense for him to fire the river here. Just 9 high. Doesn't really have any showdown value. But he is going to give it up. He's going to save himself some chips. Bluff was not going to be working this time. Small pot going Arman's direction. Oh, and Ben, 8th place in the main. Well done. Congratulations on the result. That was a huge field to get through as well. It's a very nice tournament to final table.
One folds. Two folds.
Milan going to make a tight fold here. The 7-6 suited.
3 folds.
Just not going to get involved.
What costs 12,000?
Dean, our chip leader with the Jack-9 suited. He is just going to go ahead and limp in here. Rankin with the 6 is going to go ahead and just jam in the 19 bigs, try and take this pot down. A little bit of a Hollywood from Dean, but he will not be calling this all in. Perhaps just waiting to confirm that it is too many chips. We'll make the fold. Rankin will pick up a nice little pot there.
5, considering we have only done an hour of play. Is that okay? Just a 5 minute? Sure. Back to string, I think 5 minute break as well. So when he's come back between 5 and 10 minutes.
Team, we are just going to have a quick break here. It is the scheduled break now. Now, because we're only an hour in, these guys, as you may have heard, are just going to take a quick 5-minute toilet break. Don't go too far. We'll be right back with the action very shortly.
5 minutes.
Ladies and gents, welcome back. Break took a little bit longer than we were expecting, but we are here back in the action, and we are straight into the action. Milan with a Queen Jack suited, going for the open from the hijack, and Dean leveraging that chip stack and leveraging a pretty nice hand here in the pocket eights. Goes for the 3-bet on the button here, back to Milan. Typically a spot where you'd be pretty happy to just call and take a flop here. But given that we are on that bubble, Lance is going to take the safe approach and get out of the way. He knows that even catching the top pair will leave him a pretty easy man to bluff, given the current dynamic. I think he correctly assesses that those situations are better left avoided for the moment, until there's some clarification around the short stacks, whether they're going to get right back in it or whether they're going to hit the rail, lock up that payout.
3 fold. Suit 4 fold. C6 raise 32,000. Suit 9 fold. Suit 1 fold. C3 fold. Seat 4 raise 35,000. Seat 6 fold. Seat 9 fold. Seat 9 fold. Seat 2 fold.
Do you have a limp pile sixes? Sorry, do you have a limp pile sixes? It'd be too much though. Like, you had 4 in here. Maybe if you had like 35.
Seat 4 raise 35,000. Seat 6 fold. Seat 9 fold. Seat 1 fold. Seat 2 fold. Seat 3 fold. C6 raise 32,000. Seat 9 fold.
Rankin gonna bump it up. Being raised here. We are playing 8k, 16k now, so
2 fold. Seat 3 fold.
nearly 300k stack of Rankin is representing less than 20 bigs, and David also only starting this hand with about what's this, 13 or so, 14 bigs. He's going to pull the trigger on the 3-bet jam. Over to Dean, our chipped leader with the pocket 8s here.
Close. So close. 280
Could
something
go either way.
total.
It's typically a hand that we're pretty happy to run for 14 bigs, but after this goes under the gun open from one of the chip leaders, and then a jam, sorry, one of the short stacks, and then a jam from one of the other short stacks. These eights might not be quite strong enough. Saying that, Dean's probably not too upset about letting the short stacks live a little bit longer, but he does decide the eights are going to be strong enough. He's going to make the call, and it is a fair fight here. And it's a far less fight now. That ace-jack is in real trouble. The 9 on the turn, that will seal the deal. A full house for our chip leader. Unfortunate for David there. Pick up a hand at just the wrong time. He's unable to win the flip. And with that, Dean up to 1.7 million. And with 5 players remaining, that does mean we are officially in the money. All remaining players
That was fucking nuts.
have secured $6,480 for their efforts.
Orbit? Or is that like an orbit?
I'm actually in my own head. I'm actually in my own head at the moment. I'm usually asleep at this time. I'm fucking delusional.
I saw that on the stream. A few people like, I'm awake before 5 p.m.
Hey, can't make this.
Oh, sorry.
Sit now, Frog.
What time do you wake up?
200 something.
Like early afternoon. Like
At
one or
two,
At the
two.
moment, 1 or 2.
Can you sleep
Two
like
race
5?
study.
Now
5,
that
6 a.m.
ICM pressure is somewhat relieved, everyone's got their 6.5k min cash locked up. You're very likely to see these guys open up a little bit more willing to take some risk. Dean very clearly in the chip lead, but not able to apply as much pressure at this point as he was a minute ago with that chip stack. Next pay jump is worth a tad over $3,000, so we're not talking about chump change here. These guys will be looking for any opportunity they can. Start building a stack and start working towards that $32,500 payout up top.
Yeah, it's actually really good when I go to Millie because we're 2 hours behind. All the games that are finishing at 4, they're actually really finishing at 2 for me and stuff like that.
Twofold.
Wow, back around to Dean. And once again, he's picked up kings on the button. Last time, he picked these up on the button. He was up against the pocket queens of Rankin in the big blind. See if he's able to get some action here. I think he will. This ace-9 be at least taking a flop. 25 effective. Probably best players to just call. If Chris is a little bit shorter, jam might even be on the table, which should be music to Dean's ears. Saw a lot of ace-high flops when our players were holding kings yesterday, but that doesn't seem to be a trend that's going to continue into play today. Flop is clean, and Dean's going to set the trap with a check back on the flop. I'll leave some room here for Chris to make a mistake. Perhaps value bet a hand weaker than the kings.
Four bets 45,000.
Dean now going to take the initiative, try and build the pot himself. Unable to get any value from his kings this time. He will continue the momentum in the right direction, raking in yet another pot.
Big lumpies.
You're not the one.
Oh, sorry.
You just assume that because he asked it was you that was.
Did I just pay Milan?
No, you took it back.
Oh, I think about it. Okay.
Sleep, man.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised for Milan. C3 fold, C4 fold.
To be fair, if you're playing
Right to
someone-
Rankin, 13 bigs on the button. Short enough that he could just jam this.
Yeah.
See my
He is in the money, doesn't have to worry about bubbling. Milan with an ace. He's going to get a count. And this could be close. He thinks Rankin is shoving as light as he could be from the button.
240.
Ace might be worth it. It's pretty high risk. It's going to be a couple 100,000 chips, and when you are ahead, you're not going to be that far ahead, generally speaking. Milan decides the risk is not worth the reward, and he is going to pass it up. Rankin will take that pot down.
C4 fold. C6 fold. C9 fold. C2 cool.
Yet another blind versus blind confrontation between Arman and Milan here. Suited connector versus a weak ace this time. And this flop could get exciting. We've got bottom two for Milan. Arman picks up an open ender along with his ace high. And it might feel he has some showdown value with that ace high. So he might not want to bluff at this with his open ender just yet. He's happy to just check this one through. Jack of diamonds on the turn. Doesn't interact with either of these guys' actual holdings. There's an overcard to the board.
About 17,000.
Milan now going to go for some value with his bottom two. Ace high and an open ender. I don't think Arman will be folding this one just yet, especially not for this price. He does make the call. We're off to a river here. 82,000 in the middle. Six on the river, not a card either player is going to be real thrilled about. Milan's bottom two has been counterfeit now. Still certainly has some showdown value here. He's gone from having a good value hand to having basically a thin value slash bluff catcher type of hand, but he decides that he's going to go for a little bit of a block size value bet here. Arman does have ace high here. He can beat some bluffs. The open ender obviously missed. There's no reason that he can't be up against an open ender for Milan as well. He does have the ace of diamonds in his hand. He'd probably prefer to have a non-diamond unblocking those missed flush draws. Arman really thinking this one through. We've seen this body language from him before, and it was a call last time, and it will be a call this time as well. Milan, with the three pair, is going to get some extra value here. Arman will drop down to the middle of our leaderboard, 450k, and Milan up to 700. Dean still well out in front with 1.8 million. As I've been made aware, there was a little bit of a mic hiccup before, so in case it didn't come through earlier, AJ's joined us in the chat, says cheers for the plug, and letting us know that the next Mackay event is going to be even bigger. They're planning on adding at least 4 more dealer dealt events. It's going to be a fantastic series. I'm very excited to get down there and have a look. Hopefully I'm able to make it down there. And lets us know it's going to be, hopefully, the 1st to the 5th of July, 2026. If you guys listening can make it down and give it a crack, I would highly recommend going and supporting that event. Rankin pulls the trigger here on a 16 big blind jam with queens. It might be a little bit of a waste of a hand, but I didn't see any hands flash across the screen that looked like they would be giving him too much action anyway.
Should have done that last time we had queens.
Yeah, it looked like I left hand queen. I will lose.
Yeah, so no done.
See 9-4. See 2-4.
That 250. Yeah. Oh,
No. 2.
yeah, over.
Yeah.
Looks like Arman's tossing up his options here. Deuces on the button. Here's 28 bigs effective.
See 3-4.
He's going to go ahead and work a limp in here. King 8 suited for Dean.
See 4 cool.
Certainly strong enough to take a flop. Probably not quite strong enough that he needs to be raising this hand. This will allow Rankin to take a
C6 is all
3 flop. And that's not what he's going to do. He's just going to go ahead and jam it in here with the 8-6 offsuit. It will get the job done. Playing with fire here for sure, but it will work out this time. These guys have really seemed to struggle dealing with the erratic style of Rankin. It's definitely picked him up some pots. Yeah, otherwise, maybe shouldn't have been able to pick up. It saved him some chips in that big Kings versus Queens confrontation with Dean earlier. As I said last night, his riverbed efficiency is off the charts, getting paid on his value bets and getting folds with his bluffs. Very high percentage of the time.
There you go.
Pat in the Facebook chat's asking for my guesses on over-unders for Jackstar entries today. Look, I am not down there. I do not know the talk. I do not know what the things look like. So this is a real stab in the dark. But I'm going to say 163.
32,000.
I'm going to set the line there. Let me know what you guys think. Have I set a decent line, or is 163 an absolute punt either way?
See 9-4.
Could have a confrontation on our hands here. Arman and Dean going to go to battle once again. Arman is out ahead on this flop with his 6s. There's just one overcard out there. It's not the scariest of overcards either, but Dean, 2 overs to the board and the second nut flush draw, decides not to play this one aggressively, and he is going to pick up the top pair on the turn. Arman not going to be loving that turn card. 2 flush draws on board now. I'd love to see Dean start building this pot. 64, nice healthy size here. 54. And a half pot size. Typically on these double flush draw boards, we can start sizing up a little bit bigger. With the hand as strong as Dean's, I wouldn't mind sitting and try and set up a bigger bigger pot on the river for him to really bomb. Hand's strong enough that he can value better, even if he does miss his draw. Either way, Arman is going to make the fold. Dean will extend his chip lead just that little bit further. He's not far from the 2 million chip mark now.
Big blind, please.
Just 3.6 million chips in play. Dean's stack actually represents half the chips in the tournament. Very commanding spot with 5 players left.
I mean, you know the window's an 8, right?
Yeah. You got 8s like 2 hands in it? No, it was a little bit after.
A little bit after.
What am I meant to do? C3 fold. C4 raise 35,000. C6 fold. C9's all in.
Chris going to go ahead and take the rejam here. This is for just over 20 bigs out of the small blind, and he's going to take the pot down.
It's like a 16 hand blind level, 20 bet next to it.
No, it should be right. Because it's going to go up to 1020.
Yeah, which means that we need more.
Oh, yeah, I think. Definitely getting yellows. Yeah. They'll get rid of the yellows.
Can we get like a few more oranges? Is that alright? Just because we're pretty short, and like the next level is 1020.
No, it should be fine.
So we keep changing.
No, don't worry about it.
C4 raise 35,000.
It slows the game down.
C6 kill.
Just one stack. One stack here, one stack here.
Dean coming in for the raise here with the 6-5 suited. Rankin off 20 bigs. Ace Jack is just going to make the call. Against the chip leader, we probably can jam this. We know Dean's going to be opening wide. Jam should get through pretty often. Even when it doesn't, Ace Jack's going to be doing okay against the calling range.
He wants to see us.
Thank you.
Both players with a gut shot here. Dean's gut shot, however, is no good. Would be on the bottom end of that straight should that 8 come in. Does have the backdoor flush draw. Both his pairs are still alive.
Did you check, yeah? I did check. C4 check. C4 check. C6 bet 30k.
Rankin is going to take the aggressive approach.
Cool.
His gut shot here. Dean not ready to give it up just yet. 7 on the turn. If this goes check, I'd say that there's a pretty good chance that Dean takes this one away on the river. That might change things. Double paired board. Ace high for Rankin's actually a reasonably strong hand at this point. The problem is that Dean is literally playing the board. Probably means that he should be bluffing at this.
C4 bet 60,000.
Just over a 1/3 pot size bet, which I think is pretty good in trying to achieve what we generally want to do with this 6-5 suited. We're trying to get things like maybe Queen Jack to fold, maybe some King highs to fold, also getting some pocket pairs that have been counterfeit to fold. I don't think 60k is going to be enough to make Ace high fold though, now that we've got the double paired board run out.
C6 cool.
Rankin makes the call.
Yeah.
And he will take it down with the ace high. Dean has looked absolutely unstoppable for a lot of our broadcasts today, but we do see Rankin is going to get one over the chip leader here.
6 fold. 6 9 fold. 2 fold.
This could get all in pre-flop here. This is blind versus blind. Arman with the pair of 8s. He's going to go ahead and limp. Dean with an ace-7. Facing the limp, this might be just too many chips to jam.
Some full raise, 50,000.
He's going to go ahead and raise. He's probably going to get jammed on. Had Arman decided to just raise his hand, I'd say there's a reasonable chance Dean 3-bet jams over the top of it. Arman would be pretty happy to get it in here. And as it stands, I think Arman's going to pull the trigger here and take this one down pre-flop.
Raise all in.
23 effective. A7's a pretty strong hand, blind versus blind, but against the limp jam.
Oh, sorry.
Probably not doing too great. So for a few less chips, we'd feel much more comfortable about running the A7 here. As it stands, Dean also is not really in a rush. There's a lot of room to be patient, continue putting pressure on his opponents, playing a bit of a small ball style and just leveraging the fact that he has all the chips. He's going to make that fold. Arman will pick up a nice pot there. A lot of chips in play here in our Centurion. Our shortest stack, Chris, at the moment, still sitting over 25 big blinds.
It's an awful. C2 raise 32,000. C3 fold. C4 120. C6 fold.
Just as I was saying, Dean's going to have plenty of opportunities to pressure his opponents. Does exactly that. The 3-bet here with the ace-10, going to take down another pot. Recoup. All the chips he lost on that prior hand against Arman.
Mate, under the gun.
And then play button from gun. Dong actually does that.
Yeah, literally, he opens for like 5 2 suited under the gun. Then he like folds everything on the button too. And everyone respects his under the gun. He gets no respect on the button.
Such a dog.
Surely eventually there's some showdown and people see who's getting out of the line under the bed.
It's after he stacks something, then they realize.
Then it's
Too late. Yeah, then it's too late.
Then it goes back to normal and
Flop comes out. That's what happened in the 5 game.
Two folds.
5 minutes suited under the gun. And like he made it like 3 4 6. He made it straight. This guy called him off with the ace jack.
just because it made no sense. Yeah.
4 folds.
Pretty hard to rank through from doing that.
Oh yeah, she's coding.
Too much
Two folds. Four raises. 35,000. 50 folds, 9 folds. 35.
Dean foot still on the gas. 6-4 suited.
2 folds, 35.
Send it around to the blinds. Milan is going to defend the 9-8 here. We saw Milan giving a lot of respect to Dean's raises not that long ago while we were still 6-handed. Now that the min cash is secured, we see he's a bit more willing to go to battle. Some light defends. So one notable Queen Jack suited fold against a 3-bet just before we secured that min cash. I suspect Milan's probably had enough of folding those sorts of hands to Dean's 3-bets. Like I said, I think we're going to see these guys start looking for some more opportunities to play back. They do still have to be somewhat respectful of the pay jumps all the way up to first place, but with $32,500 up top,
4 folds. 6
need
folds.
to keep their eyes on the prize.
9 folds. 6 folds, 16,000.
Milan versus Arman, blind versus blind battle edition number 76.
3 raises, 56,000.
Actually saw yesterday a spot similar to this. Milan limping the small blind. Arman with the king 2 put in the raise from the big, took it down and showed the deuce, and looks like he might have flashed the same hand this time.
Six folds.
Raise.
9 raises, 35,000. 2 folds. 3 folds. 35 to call.
10-9 suited for Chris, and he's going to have to go to battle with the chip leader here. Dean, ace-3 suited in the big blind.
4 calls, 35.
He's just going to defend. We're off to a flop here. Dean ahead with ace-high. 10-9 suited very live, but that is not the flop you're looking for with 10-9 of spades. However, Dean going to be disliking that flop just as much. And Chris is the one with the betting lead. I imagine if he can muster up a c-bet here, there's a very high likelihood that he wins this pot immediately.
Best 30,000.
Some calculated and well-timed aggression here is going to reward Chris that pot.
Some big pairs. Huh?
The open too big, but he jump only according flop is ace.
You open,
Yeah.
you could jump.
Yeah, according ace in the window. 100% ace in the window.
Like bad hand, save me, Chris.
Loads.
You should just 3-bet fold it anyway.
What's this?
You would just 3-bet fold it down now.
Yeah, I don't know.
I would have poked you off there. Again.
Yeah.
And then got the ace on you.
What?
I wouldn't
One raise
fold.
35,000.
Yeah.
And that's what. Chris, you
We've got a couple of real hands here. Chris, ace king off suit. Ace 10 suited for Milan.
Two calls 35.
Ace 10 suited's a good hand, at even
3 folds.
not the best of times. Here, 5-handed. It's going to feel pretty strong. Looks like we are going heads up to a flop here.
Is that 400 in reds, bro?
Yeah, roughly.
Gut shot for both players. King is still out in front for now. Not going to be loving the flop. He does have that gut shot. Queen Jack high board is a board that pre-flop caller is reasonably often going to be connecting with. In position with a gut shot and the backdoor flush draw, as well as ace high having a little bit of showdown value here. I imagine Milan is not going to be deterred too much by this 30,000 chip C bet. We are off to a turn. 3 of spades, complete blank. Does bring the backdoor spades. It's unlikely to be of any significance.
You're calling 10. You're calling neck 10. Are you folding neck 10?
Chris slowing down, Milan.
Yeah, you're holding, you're holding.
We'll certainly see him checking this one back. Could also see him starting to turn this one into a bluff, maybe targeting some pocket pairs. And we do see the 10 on the river. Milan's going to improve to third pair, giving him a bit more showdown value. However, it's exactly the card that Chris was looking for. The flush draw bricks, and it gives him the nut straight. Chris with an unbeatable hand, now just working out how he can get the most value out of his opponent.
I feel like I missed the stream.
One bet's 245.
That is a big bet.
245,000.
Very big bet. Just about 1.5 times the size of the pot. We saw Chris fire an overbet last night with the Queen Jack suited for just Queen high, and he was able to get Arman's top pair to fold. After a pretty interesting line, we get to the river here, and this overbet is extremely polar. Chris is telling the story that he has specifically ace-king. Or perhaps a set of 10s. But if he doesn't, that would mean he's bluffing. And if he's bluffing, that means Milan's good with his 10. So that Queen Jack suited hand is probably flashing across Milan's mind right this moment. Just hoping the image he created from that hand is perhaps able to get him paid. Saying that, I suspect that these two players, the way that they're talking to each other, have probably played quite a few hands together in their times. Certainly going to be some history here that we're not privy to. And when we do consider the hands that Chris is representing here, given that he's basically representing ace king or tens for value, the fact that Milan has a 10 in his hand to make it difficult to have pocket tens, and the fact he has an ace in his hand to reduce the likelihood he's up against ace king, maybe there's some argument that this is a decent hand to hero call this overbet with. But I wonder what kind of hands these guys have played in the past leading up to this, playing into Milan's decision. Long tank here. Chris praying for a call here. He's able to get paid off. Should have him right back in the game. Seen him hovering around the 20 big blind mark for a little while. Get him over 600. Over 700 even. Even further. Math is hard. He's going to take this pot down. 575,000. That will have him sitting in second place on our leaderboard after that pot, even though he was not able to get paid off.
Good pot, Milan.
Very even stacks
Yeah.
amongst the four players not named Dean Cox.
Ace king.
Can't wait for that shot on stream when Chris is this line.
That'd be pretty funny.
So like just got 6-5. It's gone full ending.
Put king on river instead, man.
3 points. 4 folds. 6 calls, 16.
Rankin going to go ahead and limp in the king 5 here. Chris with a pair of 8s in the big once again. Spot last time he was facing a raise and he was a little bit shorter, so he was able to just jam. This time he's just going to go ahead, put in that ISO raise, he'll get the same result, take the spot down pre. Premium here for Dean. Couple of queens here in the cutoff.
4 raises, 35,000. 6 folds, 9 folds. 2 folds.
And no contention this time. Dean will not get any value for his queens. He will take the pot down.
Six raises 32,000. He calls 32,000 two times.
Rankin opening up the Queen 7 offsuit this time. He is not able to improve against Chris's Ace-Jack suited, and he's going to have to play this hand from out of position. Rankin has demonstrated that he loves a continuation bet. Chris is clued on to that. Looks like he's going to respect that C-bet. Rankin able to get one through there. A little bit out of line. Pre-flop. C-bet gets the job done.
What's going on? Yeah, right. Still in. What do you trying to play something?
I don't know, I want to play some shit. I'll just get bored.
Arman flipping in from the small, then going to check back the big blind with the 7-3.
Yeah, there's like a whole...
Probably actually prefer to see a raise here with the 7-3. It's weak enough that seeing a flop is not even that often going to be helpful for our hand. Trying to take it down pre-flop with a bluff is not a bad approach. You can wield that chipped lead to your advantage. It's probably a time where you can expand a little bit on your ranges in spots like this.
There were 36 players.
As played, we are going to go to a flop. Arman catches the bottom pair now. Dean has picked up a straight draw. Does have a 7 of diamonds in case that becomes relevant. And it could here. He picks up the straight draw now too.
It's just like crazy at this one.
The flush draw now as well. Jeez. Kind of a shocker of a day, guys. Arman checks once more. Dean, 14 outs, as you can see, top of the screen there. His 7-3 offsuit is going to improve to the winner more than 1/3 of the time.
Has it been quiet?
And not only that, but I'd say there's a reasonable chance that this bet gets through, and it quickly will. Arman gives it up. Maybe could have picked that one up pre-flop, but he finds a way to get the job done regardless.
I might jump in if I bust this into one of the small ones. Yeah, I'll play that for sure. But they've got the main. Apparently, like, the Jack Star doesn't start till 4, so I'm like, oh, 3. Oh, I just played the Jack Star. Yeah. I'm not playing the main if the Jack Star starts at 3. I just go have lunch.
Just go play the no ante Jack Star.
Star.
Well, the first 2 or 3 levels are no ante. You could just play the main and bag that, and then come back and play when they got ante.
No fault. Two raises 32,000. King
Queen suited for Milan. certainly going to be enough for him to get involved.
4 folds. 6 folds.
There's no one else going to pick up enough to get involved here. Really nice easy raise and take it. Arman now. A table short stack. And saying that, he's still not that far off 25 big blinds and not that far behind the rest of the pack. A lot of chips in play. Most of them are sitting in front of Dean at the moment.
Come on, bro. I'm obviously just gonna, you know, give up after one BB on the flop, you know.
Two raises 32,000.
Milan going to get amongst it once again, this time with a pocket pair. All the way around to the big blind, see if Chris picks up something playable. He does not.
Six raises 35,000.
Rankin, this is far too loose. 8-3 offsuit. Yes, we're on the button, but yeah, this is just going to get us into trouble. King 2 offsuit for Milan. Rankin going to get away with murder a little bit here.
Yeah, it gave you the two.
If I raise, probably just a 3 one.
Six raises 32,000.
Rankin with an actual hand this time is going to bump it up with the ace-8 round to Arman. Queen 9 suited. Be shocked if this doesn't get defended. To a flop we go. 88,000 in the middle. Both players going to connect with a pair here. Arman's the superior of the two. Kin, you know he loves a C-bet. I don't think second pair with the backdoor nut flush draws any reason for him to break that trend. Arman will not be folding to this flop bet, however. 22,000 is the wager. Five of spades on the turn. 2 flush draws now on board. Arman also does pick up a gut shot to go along with his top pair. We'll check it over once more. Seen Rankin checking back a lot of turn cards with hands like this, but also have made it pretty apparent that Rankin's play has been very difficult to predict. certainly mixing things up in more ways than one, and he will fire the double barrel here. Arman is not going to be certain that he has the strongest hand, but he is going to be comfortable enough in his top pair with this gut shot to at least continue against this 48,000 chip bet.
Thanks, 48.
Well done, you almost got it.
He is going to continue with a call. Off to a river we go.
Like ace 9 or ace 8 on the river.
Over 200,000 chips in the pot going to the river, and we do see a deuce of diamonds. Pair of queens will maintain the lead for Arman. He does have the check mark, and we see a quick check back from Rankin. Arman going to take this pot down. Gaining over 110,000 chips on the hand. We'll have him close in on that $500,000 mark.
Can we do like a tiny break at the end of this?
Yeah, I agree. Let's do a break, man.
Tiny, is that right?
Yeah, well, that's fine.
Yeah,
I'm
sure.
like
Ready to-
5 minutes
See,
at the
dude?
end of every hour.
Ranking click through it.
Yeah, that's the best way, just 5 minutes.
Yeah, that's
Every
the best way,
55
rather
minutes.
than 15 minutes. Yeah.
5 minutes every
TD?
55. Just online.
They want to break after this level.
Just 5
Tiny,
minutes.
just toilet.
There's like 4 of us that want to go to the toilet.
Yeah.
Just a quick.
C6 fold.
Ace, queen for Chris.
C9 raise 35,000.
Milan maybe has some ill intentions here. He does not have a very impressive hand. He's giving this some real thought. Or perhaps he's just trying to tank to the break. That could be it.
C3 fold.
Arman going to give it up.
Buckle.
Ace in the big blind for Dean.
Right.
He's going to make the call.
I know.
Neither player connecting. 2 diamonds on board. Dean the only player with a diamond.
C9 check.
Not much of a diamond, but a diamond nonetheless. It will not be a factor in this hand, and it is certainly not going to be helpful when Chris finds this queen on the turn. He's going to continue playing it slowly. Imagine with 2 flush draws on board and now top.
C9 check.
I was going to say Chris will be firing this turn card, but he will not, and he's going to get a pretty miserable river for his hand. Surely he's too strong to check this for a 3rd time. Oh, pretty tight. Maybe a little bit too passive there from Chris. He wasn't going to get any more chips out of the hand anyway. Now, players have agreed they are just going to take a quick 5-minute break at the end of this level. So don't go too far. Take a quick toilet break yourselves, grab some water, stretch your legs, and I'll see you in 5.
I don't know. And then when there's an order in a call, he like counts himself and just leaves it there. And I'm like, what's this? Oh, what? a break. Yeah.
What did you do with them? You see bet that A6-6 ball, and you get called in check raise.
That's right. And then when I first sat down as well, I lost kings 4 as well. 4 on the clock still. They're not winning my kings. So maybe it's better.
Ace-10 suited work for yes.
Yeah. What did I play?
Ace-10 suited versus his queens.
C3 cool.
Oh yes, you're right.
C4 fold.
I can't forget that.
Yo, so how are you forgetting this one? 6s, 9s.
Yep.
It's a 7-handed.
Everyone had a hand.
King, queen.
Can't believe that ace.
It costs Arman his quads.
Can we focus, guys?
C6 check. C9 bets. 44,000. So 3 call. So 6 fold.
Ladies and gents, I apologize for the delay. What have I missed? Yikes. Ace, ace, 8 flop, and Arman is in big trouble. Not only does he have trips, but he has a fantastic kicker to go along with it. But Chris has him in really rough shape. 8's full. Chris did continue on the flop. Pretty good reason for him to just continue betting here. When he doesn't have an ace in his hand, this is a much better chance that he's able to get called by betting. A small bet, 83,000. 1/3 pot. Arman, even if he is a little suspicious, I think his hand is just too strong to ever consider doing anything but folding here. He could be up against worse ace-x hands that are value betting. That's how strong he is. This bet will leave him just 300,000 behind. The pot will be a touch over 400k when we get to the river. Say there's going to be a pretty good chance we see the rest of the chips going in here. 10 of diamonds. 1 pip too small of bailing out Arman here. Chris is in really good shape to get himself within swinging distance of that chip leader. Remember, these two guys played that huge pot last night where Chris bluffed Arman off the top pair with the Queen Jack suited after overbet jamming the river. This time he's not even going to have to bet over the size of the pot. It's going to be a 3/4 pot size jam approximately, and Arman's hand, I really think it's too strong to fold, and he thinks the same. We see the sigh, we see the snap, and he's going to get the bad news. That is the end of his tournament. We will farewell Arman in 5th place after a brutal cooler. $6,480 will be his consolation prize, but he'll feel a little bit sick after that one, I think. GG to Arman. We continue our play here in the Centurion, SKYCITY Adelaide. 4 plays remaining. Elimination. We will see the next payout at $9,720. That is the amount the next eliminated player will take home. 3rd place, $12,960. Second, $19,440, and our champion will be taking home $32,400. Plus, of course, their entry to the APL 100k Invitational.
Obviously, your pocket face worse than X. He's guaranteed about 1/10 of what he made this morning. That's the way we're looking at it.
Re-rolling.
Is it annoying to you that you can't just take this cash out now and put it in Bitcoin and make more money by it while it's going up right now? Is it tilting?
Yeah, it's always tilting, man. I always wish I had Bitcoin.
See 2 fold. See 4 fold. See 6 is all in.
Rankin, 15 bigs going to shove, and Chris is going to get an opportunity to claim a second scalp back-to-back. Ace-King suited, the snap call, and he is in great shape. Rankin all in at risk and in rough shape here. Ace-8 suited. He's going to need to find an 8 or some clubs. Stay alive in this thing.
Oh!
And he's going to find both here. Massive flop.
Had one to win.
Just needs to fade the offsuit king, and he's back in this game. He does. 2 diamonds, not quite enough for Chris.
Easy come, easy go.
Roller coaster for Chris over the course of those two hands.
301 total.
300
And one.
He picks up a $500,000 the hand before. He gives about 300 of it back immediately to Rankin. We will continue four-handed. Rankin's found a couple of lucky cards when he's all in at risk. Once again, those chip counts, we've got a bit of a grouping between the shorter stacks, the three of them, and then we've got Dean as the outlier. Close to half the chips in play. Adema joining us in the chat. Thank you so much for the kind words. Thank you for tuning in.
Four race, 40,000. C6 fold. 9 fold. C2 fold. C2 check. C4 check.
Quick check on the flop here. Dean is out in front after pairing his 3.
C check. C4 check.
Four spades on board. Either player with one. Probably the best opportunity Milan's had in this hand to actually take it down. If he fires a bet now, I'd say there's a reasonable chance he gets it through.
Two bets, 32,000.
He is going to take a stab. A small bet here. Dean with just the bottom pair, no spade. Tough to call this one. And he does snap it off. Nice little hero call there from Dean. He will scoop the pot. Chip counts on screen right now. 400, 600, and 800k for Milan, Rankin, and Chris respectively, and Dean 1.8 million.
C6 raise, 45. C9 fold. C2 fold.
Ace Jack for Rankin. Gonna put some of those newly accumulated chips to use.
Focal.
Dean, very defendable hand here in the big blind, however. Take it to a flop. 120 in the middle. Dean identifying this is a big blind kind of flop, and he's going to go ahead and put the donk lead out there, try and get some value from his 6 immediately.
C6 call.
Rankin going to make the call. Seven doesn't change a whole lot here. It's an overcard to the board, but that's not saying much when the flop was 6 high. Then you're going to continue trying to build this pot here and get some more value for his pair of 6s. Rankin might have the kind of hand that can pay him off here too for one more bet.
C6 fold.
Not this time though. Dean will take down yet another pot. Healthy size bet on the turn there.
No fault.
A7 for Milan on the button, 20 effective. We'll go for the Steel Dean, not quite strong enough with the Jack 9 over to Rankin. Queen 8, very defendable against a button open.
C6 raise, 115.
Look at this, Rankin with the 3-bet. Again, the unpredictable play here. Very likely to work out. I don't think Milan can really do much here with the A7 offsuit. Perhaps a little bit suspicious. Problem with A7 is that we do make this play and we do get called. Our hand's equity is terrible. If we're going to do anything fancy here and make any more re-raises, we have to be pretty confident that it's going to work. In this case, it certainly would. This tank is far too long to be a Hollywood. I think Milan's really contemplating getting creative here. He thinks better of it. He's going to give that one up. Rankin will take down another nice pot. Milan, our current short stack, sitting on 18 big blinds. Queen 9 on the button for the ship leader. Certainly worth a shot. Chris in the big blind with an ace.
C9 raise, 128.
And look at this. The big blind 3-bet bluffs. I was saying yesterday how we don't see these all that often, and now we see back-to-back from two different players. Both of them going to be successful here. See the power of adding some of these moves to your arsenal. It'd be very valuable to have that capability.
That's alright. Sure. I think I'll be okay.
He loves it.
It's
I
just
love
on his
this.
head, man.
This,
Ever since I said that, bro, like, thinking about it,
Should
Did
get
you
on
notice
black.
it was 8-8 with the 44 bit?
that's true, that's true.
Yeah. 50%
So
discount.
managed to get that jam on the river. 300.
Folded around to
raise,
Rankin.
40K.
3-2 suited. Another loose open from the button here. King 10 for Chris. Not quite going to cut it from the small blind, but we're over to Milan in the big. Our last two hands, we saw a 3-bet out of the button. One of them was Milan versus Rankin. Will Milan find it? This time when the roles were reversed. And we will, in the form of a jam. Hat trick. 3 opens, 3 big blind, 3 bets. Dean's turn to be in the big blind. Can he also come up with a 3-bet? Continue the pattern.
C6 raise, 45k. 7 fold. C2 fold.
Rankin to 45,000. Over to Dean. 8-6 offsuit. Certainly doesn't look like a 3-betting hand.
C4 call. C4 check.
Just one overcard to Rankin 7s. Dean has picked up the gut shot.
C9 bet.
Not a lot of outs to that gut shot, but if he hits it, he's probably going to be
C6 bet.
picking up an elimination here. Bet of 80,000 from Rankin. A pretty healthy size bet here. 2/3 pot. Would not shock me at all to see a check raise out of Dean here.
C4 call.
Dean going to start with a call. 280k in the middle. Off to the turn here. Both players, ironically, looking for a 7. 3 of spades. Second flush draw on board. Dean will upgrade his gut shot into an open-ender here.
C6 check.
Quick check, check. Oh, and look at this river card. Now, it is 4 to a straight. Any 6 would make a straight here, but Rankin with this set seems destined to lose at least a few more chips here. Dean is not going to go for the check raise. He's just going to go ahead and put out a nice, healthy size bet. 200,000 by the looks of it, and a snap call. Rankin, once again, in a little bit of a cooler situation against Dean, manages to preserve 200k.
Oh my god.
And with that, Dean, he was the first to cross the million chip mark. And he is now the first to cross the 2 million chip mark.
I said jam in the turn. It's so close.
Very commanding position here, four-handed. Can he keep up the momentum?
One piece.
And then I was still going to go check things off, and then I was like, no.
My fault. C2 fold. C4 call, C6 all in, C4 call.
Team goes to the limp. Rankin going to pile it in over the top. Take that pot down.
2 fold.
King 8, very playable on the button. Rankin with the King 9 suited, though. If he finds the jam, and he does, probably would have got past Dean, but it's not going to get past Chris. Ace Queen, 11 bigs effective. Does have to be a little bit mindful of Dean behind him, but with a hand this strong, he's going to be pretty happy to run it.
227.
The question here is whether you call, or whether you just put the chips in yourself, try to isolate here. I think with 40 big blinds effective, it's probably better to just start with the call here. Would understand either option though.
Call. Suit 9 call, suit 4
I think
fold.
this
Set up.
is the more accurate of the two, and Chris is going to get the good news. He's ahead. About a 2-to-1 favourite. It is factoring in that Dean has already mucked one of the kings that Rankin would be looking to hit. Off to a flop here, $500,000 in the middle. To get Chris back over the million chip mark for a second time.
9.
Rankin's done a good job of staying alive when all in at risk. But it's going to be pretty hard on that flop. 4 of clubs will seal the deal. No remaining outs going to the river. Rankin could not find the card he needed this time around. Congratulations to him on his deep run here in the Centurion. SKYCITY Adelaide, he'll be taking home just shy of $10,000 for his 4th place finish. And now as we proceed, our podium is set. $12,960 will be the payout awarded to our next eliminated participant.
Your front orange, the one on your far left.
Oh yeah, sweet. It's looking like kind of problem.
Continue
It's
three-handed.
dirty too. It's with one of the bigger
The
ones.
first time there's actually
last time I
some
told you it was
discrepancies
one of the-
between the remaining stacks. Basically, for the most part, for quite some time now, it's been Dean with a huge lead and everyone else with similar stacks. After picking up that one, Chris is in pretty good shape with over $1 million. Dean just over $2 million. Milan, I think, was sitting around 400. 350. Just below 20 bigs, three-handed, facing a button open. ICM pressure is for the most part now off. Milan doesn't really have the chips to just wait to outlast anyone, so it's probably a spot where he could go ahead, pull the trigger on the jam here for 20 bigs with the suited ace. Certainly hoping for a fold when you do it, but there's a good chance that that's the result you'll get, and that is going to be the case here. Milan picks up the pot here. Three-handed here in the Centurion. Guys, thank you all so much for tuning in. Let these guys know that you're cheering for them in the comments. Show your favourite player your support. And if you have any questions, feel free to fire them away as well. Do my best. Answer anything you've got. Well, I'm going to set the trap here with the ace-king. 5-4 offsuit for Dean. Is he going to pounce? Bring the trap? Or is he going to take the free flop? Looks like it's going to be the latter. That flop is fantastic for Milan, but honestly, it's probably too good. It's going to be very difficult for him to get any money out of Dean here. Jack of hearts on the turn. Well, I'm going to continue to set the trap here. The only way that he's going to get any more money is if he does it again. If he checks a third time here, I'd say he's very likely to induce that bluff out of Dean's actual hand. It's not easy to check top 2 3 times.
So that's 55,000.
He will fire the river. Dean will quickly relinquish his hand.
Yeah, I was. It was also like that board isn't mine.
Good check that.
I literally, you check the river, I check back as well. I'm
Yeah.
just like, I'm just like, I know I'm not getting anything through on that. Like,
Four eight. 130.
Dean with a big open from the small blind there. We'll take the pot down.
Did it, guys? Get it.
thanks, man.
Four raises 40k. 9 folds.
Come on, Ace King once again. Played it slow against Dean last time. This time he's going to be out of position. He is facing an open. Sort of an awkward stack size when it comes to 3-betting. Might be a size where he just wants to be jamming as his 3-bet size, but it feels sometimes a bit like a waste with a hand this strong to be jamming and forcing so many folds.
Two raises 160,000.
Travis joins us in the Facebook chat. Thank you for the kind words, Travis. I hope you're enjoying your birthday.
4 nines. All in 2 calls.
Oh boy, Milan has gone for the 3-bet small size to induce, and Dean has taken the bait. Goes for the 4-bet jam as the bluff gets snapped immediately. And Milan, for the second time in a row, is going to find the top 2 pair. A little bit of a sweat on the turn there. Dean not able to hit the gut shot, and all of a sudden, that leaderboard is starting to even out. Milan gets a much-needed double. He's back in this game with just shy of $1 million. Dean slips down to 1.6.
Didn't like seeing Queen 8 too.
No, no.
463.
463.
463.
That's some non-3-bet all in folks.
Sometimes. Just not that time.
It's not that time. How do you get ace king twice? 3-handed?
Finally getting the hands. Holding.
Got jack turning.
Come on, man. Come on. Not like this.
Could you imagine this 10 rolls?
9 folds. falls 20,000. Four raises 70,000. Raises 230,000.
Limp 3-bet here from Milan. Blind versus blind. King Jack, I would say, is strong enough to call in this spot, but you do have to proceed with caution. Oftentimes, limp 3-bets are going to mean business, and King Jack is a hand you wouldn't want to be getting involved with. But blind versus blind, especially in a three-handed format like this, probably a hand you want to take to battle. Very dry flop here. No connection or interaction for either player.
That's 175,000.
Quarter pot size bet here from Milan. 175 to pull it closer to a third. Dean's going to float with this king high. Off to a turn here. SPR of only 0.6 or so. And wow, Dean's going to find the Jack of Hearts on the turn. Just the card he needs. That Ace of Hearts in Milan's hand is not completely meaningless. If he decides to keep up the story here and fire in more chips, we could very likely be down to heads up. Giving this some thought. 830,000 in the middle, 550 behind. He is going to continue firing 300, leaving himself 250k. Sorry, 200 rather, leaving himself 350. Pretty small bet. This does look strong. If Milan did have aces or kings here, I imagine he would be playing it the same way, but once Dean catches this jack, his hand is too strong to ever be letting go, and he decides he's just going to put the rest of the chips in now. Not allow any problematic rivers to peel off, and he will take it down. Milan takes a big hit here, back down to 350. And Dean gets his revenge.
That was crazy, man. I thought you had it for sure. No. Yeah.
All right. 20 is registered to the Jacks, our super high
Milan, it's about 17 bigs. Just going to go ahead and open jam the button. We've seen this play used a few times over the course of our broadcast, and yesterday, these hands, small pocket pairs, some ace-x hands, hands with high equity but not so good playability post-flop, just getting jammed, even for some of these larger bet sizes.
Dealers button is beginning in seat number 3 today. That is Jack Upset Harold Dealers. Your button has been drawn to seat number 3 to begin.
Rankin was getting after it, eh?
4 folds.
He's like an early position opens fine time for like at least 3 audience.
Players, please not to look at 88 in your stack. One thing that's next, we can't fix it if there is
Costs
no
20,000.
Travis says for his birthday is going to be some NBA Summer League and too much eating. It sounds like perfect way to spend it. Hope you're having a blast. Thanks for tuning in.
Once again, ladies and players, process to the Jack Upset Harold. Please make your way to your seats. We are underway in just over 2 minutes' time. Button has been drawn to seat number 3 today.
Oh, that's 24,000.
We're just going to take a stab at closing this one out on the turn here. Neither player with anything impressive.
Two calls 24. Oh, checks. 2 checks. Pots.
Impressive here by Milan. He calls the turn bet, and judging by the quick check back on the river, it seems like he had a pretty good idea that his queen high was good. He's going to take that one down at showdown. King 7 here for Milan in the small blind. Dean, a pair of 4s in the big. 22 effective. We do see a jam from Milan. This is a pretty big jam. It looks like Dean has made the call with the 4s. Oh, nope. Wait. Yes. Oh boy, we just have a error on the graphics here. Oh, we can't see the run out, but judging by the look of this, it looks like the King 7 has found a way to get there. Dean's 4s.
What's that?
Cracked. He will lose the flip.
Why don't I have the spade and you have the 7?
And once again, Milan going to get the better of Dean in the all-ins. That'll get him right back in the game once again. There's our run out there. 7 on the flop. Spade run out nice and clean.
346. 346? Yeah, 346.
Big pickup for Milan. bear with us a moment. Looks like a misclick on the graphics. It's probably going to be a little bit of a headache to sort out behind the scenes. Get these chip counts fixed up.
7-12.
Everything rolling.
No, that's mine. What I did.
Hopefully very quickly.
7-12. Yeah.
Nothing.
396. And the double was no,
Nothing
sorry,
at 700.
346.
Kill me to one of them. I don't know how I didn't get that.
Yeah, it was 346. Double that plus 20, 712.
Honestly, I'd be trying to bag the main event tonight and then play the Jack Star, play Richard Jackson. That's honestly what I'd be doing.
Thinking about it, but then like the Jack's still some good value, right? Like I'd rather just play with this field. Like I'm not gonna like Richard Jack's with this field, right?
Yeah.
Just try. Give a chance
you go?
to this. I'd rather bag a big stack in the Jack Star than
What do you want to do?
let me sell.
Yeah.
Two bolts. What costs 20,000?
It's like have a look at my table. Just give me like
Blind versus blind action here. Dean going to go ahead and limp in. Chris taking back to Queen 2 in the big blind.
He's trying.
Whiffs for both.
What bets 20,000?
Dean going to go for the one big blind stab here.
No, it costs 20,000.
I guess against more recreational players, a stab like this will work immediately even against a Queen High, but Chris is a little bit more switched on here. He realizes how much showdown value Queen High actually has in this wide range configuration.
4 bets 40,000.
This double paired board, Queen High might even be starting to feel a little bit better.
No faults.
The second barrel will get the job done from Dean. Takes that one down.
Four raises 40,000. No faults. Two faults.
oh wait no, that was the one after.
Yeah, then we...
Had when you went in that hand.
That hand, yeah, of course. Yeah, you see the next one. The next one's the Queen 8 versus Jace King. Because you just kept waking up. Then you had a very, very wild hand, right?
Two faults.
I'll check him back with him. Yeah, I've got the best.
I had a bad egg.
Yeah, that's what I thought you
I'm
had.
trying to make other eggs.
Yeah. That's what I honestly thought you had. And then on the turn, I was like I said, I was going to check back and see if I could get you to go again.
Yeah.
And then, but then when you did it, I was like, okay, well I can just, now there's so little left, I can just deny equity for you to literally catch your 3 out of. No. I'm not worried about it.
That wasn't
Could be a little bit of action here. An ace on the button for Milan. Dean has picked up the sexy boys in the small blind.
40,000.
Dean, of course, coming out with the 3-bet here. Up to 140. These guys have been battling since we got to 3-handed. One not going to get baited in though. He will make the fold. Dean picks up that pot.
Yeah, yeah. For a split second, I was like thinking that you had like just an absolute monster, like 18.
That's what I was trying to rep, right? It's either
Yeah.
complete air
Complete air or monster. Part of why I went with it was because it was so volatile.
Yeah, of course, yeah. You can't fall down.
I raised 60,000. 62. That's 44,000.
Flush draw here for Chris. He is going to continue the aggression after raising pre-flop. Milan still ahead with ace high, although he does have an equity disadvantage here on the flop. Chris having 15 clean outs.
Equals 44.
They will all have Milan drawing close to, if not dead, if he's able to catch one.
Count it up.
Milan will make the call off to the turn. 7 of spades. Interesting one. Both players now picking up a straight draw. Wait. That's not how straights work. Only Milan has a straight draw. You guys are welcome for top-notch expert commentary. I'm Corey Van Jay, and this is the Australian Poker League. Chris contemplating his options here. 230k in the middle. Does he want to fire the second barrel? Chris not going to fire again. We'll slow down here. Now the question is, does Milan want to just check back? Potentially just take his ace high to showdown, or does he want to turn this 5 into a semi-bluff? Be a real shame to get check raised here with this ace 5. That in mind, he is going to go ahead and check it back. Chris all around this board, but not actually connecting with it. Ace high would be the winner should this hand go to showdown.
All good, thanks, man.
Chris does check it. Milan probably happy to check this back. Got a little bit of showdown value, and he's going to get the good news. He'll beat the flush draw, and he'll take this 230,000 chip pot down. Kelly in the Facebook chat. Sounds like I slow rolled you a little bit with the non-existent straight draw. Kelly got her fingers out to count. Don't worry, I did the same.
Yeah.
Here you go.
Yeah.
Where does the jack come from? Chris, where does the jack come from?
Do you know what's sick? The jack doesn't come. You do it, and it's still
I was thinking that actually, if there wasn't a jack on turn, I might just jam.
you know, you put those in a 125.
Pair of sevens this time for Milan. 36 bigs to start the hand. Doing quite a bit of limping into Dean's big blind. We'll see if he wants to change strategy now that he's got a few more chips and a slightly stronger hand. He is going to bump it to 70k with a 9-2 offsuit. So it's a pretty easy fold. Milan will take that down.
Someone is sick of this. This is on like the YouTube chat of our stream.
What's it say?
It says,
Yeah, sure.
For a big one.
You know who that is? No. It's just a random. Yeah.
Two folds. All costs 20,000.
Could be a confrontation set here. Blind versus blind. King 10's a reasonably strong hand, but aces strong hand in any situation. Dean's hand certainly too strong to be folding for just 60k. He will just make the call, and they are off to a flop. Dean not connecting. Still does have king high, which can be good.
That's 65,000. All calls 65.
Dean going to stick around for one more street. Chris going to be pretty thrilled with the situation as it's unfolding so far. 7 on the turn. One of the worst turn cards for the pocket aces. Dean knows that he's probably a little bit more likely of the two players to be the one holding a 7. Based on that, he is going to find the turn donk lead here. I brought it up a couple of times, and you guys might remember from last night if you were tuned in, the hand where Chris found the turn donk lead. He then followed it up with a 2x pot overbet jam on the river with just queen high and was able to get a huge fold out of Arman. Going to the river here. I dare say, probably not a bet size big enough to get these aces to fold. If there is, it's probably all in. Dean may actually have a little bit of showdown value with that king high.
Oh, but it's 300.
He's going to go ahead and bet 300,000. I don't think this is going to be enough. There's certainly some cause for concern with the board pairing twice. Dean can represent a 7. He can maybe even represent a 6. I think these aces are just too strong. Dean will be getting away with murder if he gets this through. Looks back at his cards. It looked like he was going to fold for a second, but he does make the call, and he'll get the good news. Dean, unfortunate to run into the top of his opponent's range there.
It's too cold, man. It's too cold, bro. About 15 seconds.
And that's going to pretty much even up the chip counts. Just shy of 1.5 each for both Chris and Dean now. Milan sitting on, I believe, just shy of $1 million.
Just do 15, I don't mind. What do you guys want?
I think they're more doing it for them to be able to have a break as well. Sure.
Well, this is 50,000. 2 folds. Four raises. 175,000.
Dean looking to get some of those chips back. 3-bet out of the big blind here with the ace-king. Chris, not going to fall for it. He is going to let the king-9 go. Now, we are going to take a 15-minute break here, guys. Go stretch your legs, grab a drink, have a breather. Don't go too far. We've got all the action as we play out our podium down to a winner here at the Sky City Casino in Adelaide for our Centurion. Talk to you guys in 15.
72.
72. Seat 9 raise 72. Seat 4 check. Seat 9 bets 50,000. Seat 4 fold. One happy. Seat 4 raise 50k. Seat 9 4. Seat 2 4. Seat 2 check.
Could see some chaos here, ladies and gents.
Seat 4 bets 40k.
$30 bigs effective. Milan's hand is not only strong enough to call, but it is strong enough that he could put in a check raise for value. Top pair, strong kicker.
170. 120.
And he does put in that check raise. This could spell disaster for Milan here. Dean will be playing a very wide range here on the button. There is no reason for Milan to assume that he's up against such a strong hand. Dean going to call the check raise off to the turn here. 376 in the middle. Just about 600k left behind. 9 of diamonds. Mostly a blank card. Doesn't affect either of these guys' actual hands. Looks like Milan's counting out a bet here. Counting out the stack and work out what line to take. Can he get the whole lot in here? You know, seeing Dean's hand that he certainly could, and it would be bad news. Trying to work out what worst hands can he get called by. Can he get a double up here? And what's the best way to try and accomplish that? Start with a bet of 270. It represents just about half of his remaining chips on the turn here. Dean probably licking his lips. He could be doing it physically behind that beard as well, and you'd never know. Makes the call. Off to a river we go. SPR of about 0.3. Three of Hearts is very blank. Milan just deciding if the best way to get the double up is to jam himself or if he should ever check and call a bet. I think he's probably already made peace with the decision that his chips are going in here and whatever happens, happens. The jam would see Dean beat him into the pot here. Brutal spot here for Milan. Jam and snap, and Milan's going to see the bad news. That is the end of his tournament. He will be eliminated in third place. Congratulations to Milan on a podium finish. $12,960 will be his payout for today. Now we are down 2 heads up. Dean about a 2-to-1 chip advantage to start this battle. Both players have secured $19,440 for their efforts.
You want me in this one, yeah?
Yeah, please.
They will be playing for an additional $13,000 approximately on top of what they've already earned, as well as entry to the 100k invitational seat, the trophy and the bragging rights. Big congrats to both remaining players, Chris and Dean, on a fantastic showing so far. Let's see which one of them closes this thing out.
What is it? 19 for a minute.
Alright, dealers in the jet starship priority has no convention shuffling blinds have increased. Blinds now 200, 400. That is all dealers and players in the jet starship roller. The blinds are up. Blinds now 200, 400, please.
Cool. Okay. So you'll be small blind, please. Big blind for me. No. Yeah.
Congratulations, gentlemen, for making this up. Best of luck.
Your big blind.
What is it? 24, right?
24, 24.
Oh, right, cool. Look at this. Heads up, Cam. Pat asking how many currently in the Jack Star. Great question. Let me see if I can find out.
$72,000. Button C3. Yeah, it was. Seen on with small blind last time. C3 race 72.
Threes versus ace 9. A couple of real hands to kick things off here. Now this is some pretty deep stacked heads up. 50 bigs effective to start this thing off.
C3 bets 50,000.
Plenty of room for play. Heads up, even 50 big blinds can find their way into the middle pretty quickly. Actually, a bit of a tight fold here from Chris, ace 9 on the flop. See, it was the correct one in this case.
I see,
raise.
C7 raise 62.
Queen at 9 for Chris. To 62k, a little bit over 2.5x is the open size here.
185.
And Dean going to come in with the 3-bet immediately, taking this one down. Dean is here to battle in this heads up. Pat, so I don't have the exact numbers confirmed, but it looks like we've got probably like at least 80 or so out there already. It seems like we're off to a good start. What was the number I said? I say 163. Seems like maybe an okay line so far. A weak king for both players. Dean is the player with the weaker king, but he is the player with the better position.
72,000. C7 4.
He's just going to take that one down. Time both players with a 7. Chris, the best kicker.
C7 raise 62.
Also the player in position this time. Just going to bump it up to 62. Dean, very defendable hand.
C3 check.
Neither player's connecting. Dean does pick up a gut shot, however.
C7 check.
Chris just going to check this one back. 3 on the turn, changes nothing.
C3 check. C7 check.
Eight on the river. Team with just jack high. Might be a hand that he wants to turn into a bluff here.
C3 check. C7 check.
Does elect to check it back. Maybe he wants to bluff with some weaker hands. Chris is going to take that one down with ace high. Small pot, but a pot nonetheless.
C3 cool. C7 check.
King, queen, 10 is the flop. Complete whiff for Dean.
24,000.
Edgar connecting with the second pair here. C-bet's probably a little bit on the small side here from Dean.
C7 cool.
Chris, of course, going to peel one off here. Off to the turn card. Dean drawing pretty close to dead already, and he is officially dead. on this turn card. Chris finding a spectacular turn for his hand. Has the check mark.
C7 check.
He's going to check it over to Dean once more. Do see a check back. Deuce on the river. Chris is able to muster up a check here. I'd say there's a reasonable chance he's able to induce a bluff from just the 7 high of Dean. It's pretty hard to check this one.
C7 bets 80,000.
We'll go for the bet and a quick fold from Dean. Couple back-to-back for Chris. Hi, asking about the Jackstar start time tomorrow. I haven't confirmed this, but every other Jackstar day too seems to be 12 o'clock. So I assume it wouldn't be any different here at Adelaide. I wouldn't put the house on it, but I'd be pretty confident that we're looking at a 12 o'clock start.
C3 check.
If you go to the Australian Poker League Facebook page, just scroll down to any post from this series, and at the bottom of that post there'll be a bunch of links that you can follow. That'll show you things like the schedule, seat redraws, all the info you can need about the series. If you need to confirm anything, that's the place to go. To the flop here, it's Dean's turn to connect with a pair. It's far less impressive pair than Chris's from last time though. On the 10 of hearts turn though, that story's going to change. Dean feeling a lot more confident now.
C7 check. C3 check. C7 check.
Dean going to try and set the trap here for his opponent, but not able to induce anything. He'll take down a small pot. Stacks for the most part looking about the same as when we started heads up not long ago. Just over a 2-to-1 chip lead in the favour of Dean.
Looking forward to the next spine level. This is annoying putting these chips in.
Never really bothers me, hey. You just want it to be 50, 100.
51.
That's all you want.
C3 cool. C7 check. C7 check. C3 check.
Open ender here now for both players. Kelly's still watching. This one is definitely not a slow roll. They both have the same card, giving them the straight draw, so I'm pretty confident about this straight draw. Dean is out ahead with the king high, however. It's been pretty tame up to this point. Chris deciding if he wants to turn his straight draw into a bluff. It's probably the right play in my opinion.
C7 bet. 42k. 3 raise, 120.
Dean not going to make it so easy. Going to come in with the raise right away. A small raise as well. Chris, with the open ender getting this price, probably able to call here. A good amount of thought here. Chris is potentially contemplating putting in the 3-bet on this turn here. Wow, we do see Chris letting it go. Dean takes that one down. Was ahead, but did just have king high.
Thought you were about to launch 3-bet there, Edgar.
No, that's shit. That's close. Close.
350?
Yeah, that's it. Just 3 greens. Stick it in.
Stick it in.
Push it out.
Blinds, please.
And we can see in the background, that's our Jack Star. All those tables just in front of us. Plenty of people in there. Guys, if you are in Adelaide or somewhere close to Adelaide, I'm not really familiar with Adelaide or what's nearby. So I don't know what little towns and cities and bits and pieces around. But if you're in one of them, get here to the Sky City. Jump into that Jack Star. Easily one of my favourite tournaments on the tour. It's the Jack Star Super High Roller.
Raise, 72.
Decent hand here for Dean with the Queen 8. King Jack suited, a very nice hand to battle heads up with. Chris potentially contemplating putting in the 3-bet here. Jack suited a hand that's definitely strong enough to in this format.
C7 raise, 190.
That's exactly what he's going to do.
190.
Dean's hand not quite strong enough to face that aggression. Will pass.
C7 raise, 62.
Then you let that one go. Chris takes one down.
Happy answers. I've got your answer.
Oh, yeah.
Dean just going to limp this one in.
Just a call.
Jack 3 for Chris.
C7 check. C7 check. C3 bets 24 pin. C7 call. I'll do it. Hello guys. Thank you.
Big blind in answer. Second call's 24.
Limp this time from Chris. Dean with the pocket pair in the big blind.
Three raises 100,000.
Go ahead and put the ISO in. 8-6 offsuit. Not quite going to cut it.
What's that? I thought it was 10, bro. What do you mean? It's 10, bro. We come down for 10. What is this scam, man?
It's 10 at 1.5 though.
That's, stop being an Indian giver, bro. What do you mean? You already said 10.
I only sell it to you because you take in the bigger one, right?
Cheers, man.
King 10 for Dean and an 8-6 repeat this time for Chris.
Three raises 72. 35.
He's just going to pass that one up. Dean going to get another raise through.
Seven calls 24.
King 8 versus Ace 8. Just going to be a limp and a check this time. With for both players. Ace high out in front.
7 versus 25.
Chris is going to take a stab. Dean going to lay it down immediately. King high may be strong enough to call once. He will pass that one up and he will fold correctly.
cheeky, huh?
What do you mean?
It's a bit cheeky, isn't it?
It's not that cheeky.
He calls 24.
Hearts for both players this time, off to another cheap flop.
Some checks.
Chris does connect with the bottom pair, no hearts in sight. Dean is going to take a stab with just the 8 high, try and take this one down, but it's not going to work.
7 calls.
King of hearts on the turn. Doesn't really change anything.
Checks.
Does mean that there's no further overcards to Chris's 3, so he might feel a little bit more confident with his hand.
Checks.
Probably feel even better about his hand now that he improves. There's 2 kings on board. Chris's 3 is no longer a factor in the hand, but does improve to a pair of queens rather than a pair of 3s. Check is the only way for him to get paid this exact hand, but that's not going to work either. Dean will give it up. Couple of not so impressive hands this time around.
Seven calls, 24.
Just going to go ahead and limp in. Dean looking down at the 5-3. I'll be pretty happy he's able to just take the flop for free here, I imagine.
Checks. Seven checks. Three checks. Seven checks.
Dean not managed so far to extract any value out of these flops trips.
3 bets, 65. 65 score.
Go for a big bet on the river here. Chris's queen high actually does have a little bit of showdown value. Dean's just checked in the big blind. Checked flop, checked turn. There's no reason to think that he can't just have a complete whiff like a 9-4 offsuit or something along those lines. Chris certainly can be ahead with his queen high, but is he willing to call 65,000? Dean's certainly hoping that he is. Chris going to stay disciplined, give that one up. Dean will unfortunately not be able to accumulate any chips out of that big flop. 2 offsuit for Dean, 10-5 for Chris. Now, in heads up, we do get to play virtually any 2 cards that we're dealt from the button. When I say virtually, it's because hands like 5-2 offsuit are not mandatory hands to play. And saying that, it's heads up, it can only be so bad, but generally just going to be better to pass on these very weak holdings.
Well, one. Raises 62.
Chris going to go back to the raising from the button strategy. Going for some limps for a while, so it looks like he might be mixing that strategy up. Dean with a suited 2-gapper. Going to pay the extra, off to a flop we go.
3 checks.
Pretty miserable flop for the 6-3 suited, but Chris is going to be thrilled with catching a top pair here.
Several checks.
Chris deciding to play this one slow, and he's given Dean exactly the turn card that he's looking for. He picks up both straight and flush draws. He went from having no outs to having 11 of them. 150k in the middle. That turn card's exactly what Dean needs to feel comfortable firing a bet. Chris with his top pair does not have any intentions of folding this. And look at that. Dean is going to find the river card that he is after. Finds the backdoor clubs. Not only that, but Chris holding the jack of clubs is going to feel even more comfortable in his hand. Certainly potential for Dean to size up a pretty healthy bet size here.
300.
Full pot size bet, 300,000. Chris going to make the quick call and get the bad news. He played it slow and gave Dean an opportunity to pick up some outs. Dean continues to find the flush and win a huge pot. Just shy of 3 million now for Dean. Just over 600 for Chris. It's a 5-1 advantage. Dean in great shape. But this thing is not over. 600k represents about 25 big blinds. Still plenty of playability in that. But guys, don't blink. Heads up. 25 bigs can find their way into the middle in a split second.
Course 24.
Jack 6 plays Jack 10 here. Chris's hand is suited. Looks like he's thinking of putting in a raise in against this limp. And not just any raise, he's going to put in the whole lot. 25 bigs. Dean will, of course, quickly lay down at the Jack 6.
bit over 6?
Yeah, just slightly over 6.
Seven raises, 62.
Dean going to let go of the 5-2 offsuit this time. Payouts there on screen. 19,440 secured for both players.
I'll just keep the ante.
Just one player stands between each of them and an additional 13 grand.
Big blind.
Yeah.
What about your ante?
King 10 for Dean. Chris picking up a pretty rubbish hand in the big blind this time.
Three raises, 62. Seven blind.
Easy raise and take it.
Seven raises, 62.
Jack 8 plays 10-9.
Three calls, 62.
Head to the flop for 62 apiece.
Three checks.
Whiff for both. Chris with the betting lead. Very likely to take this pot down if he decides to continue.
Seven bets, 40. Three calls.
And he will do just that.
He bets 62.
Dean's turn to pick up the Jack 8.
Seven calls, 62.
Chris currently ahead with the Queen 7. Both hands very live here.
Seven checks.
10-5 deuce, 2 diamonds. Chris the only one holding a diamond. Quick check, check. 4 of hearts, 2 flush draws on board now. Just has 1 card for either of them. No player with any real interaction with this board. We do see another check through 9 of hearts on the river. Queen high is the winner here. You've got to imagine if either of these players bet, they will be taking down this pot. Chris that's going to fire at it.
145.
Big bet too, goes almost full pot size, and Dean will of course let the jack high go.
I just put my
Small, yeah.
Alright, all dealers in the jack start shooting high roller day one. If you have not cranked the shop, your blinds are up. Blinds are now 300, 600. That's all dealers and players in the jack start shooting high roller. Blinds are now 300, 600.
Queen at 6 plays king 2. Looks like we've got a limped pot this time. That's a pretty huge flop here for Chris. He's going to catch 2 pair. Dean with just queen high. Full house now for Chris. Can he get paid? So far been able to extract 1 bet. Is Dean willing to pay any more?
Seven bets, 85.
The answer is yes. Dean calling once again. Chris already officially has the check mark in a big way with the full house. River, jack of diamonds.
Checks.
Dean just queen high. Now he can beat bluffs. Certainly not crazy to think that Dean might still be ahead, but this third barrel is coming in and it could be pretty sizable. Could be a big swing in momentum if Chris is able to get paid off on a river bet here. Chris really giving this some thought. Just got to ask, what is he trying to get called by? And if he thinks that he might be up against an ace, he can size this really, really big. And that's what he's going to do. That looks like an overbet to me.
That's 425.
Yeah, big overbet. And wow, a quick call from Dean. The polarized bet gets the job done. Perhaps a bit of a misstep here from Dean. Queen high can certainly be ahead. Don't know that it's strong enough to be calling the overbet. Chris going to start closing that gap. And that could be the shift in momentum that he needs to start getting himself back in this thing. Dean's turn to raise it up to 62. Chris with the pocket nines. Great hand to put in a 3-bet here. Question is, will Dean make the call in position? 6-4 suited. It's only a hand that consider it depending on the sizing. Jordan in the Facebook chat sums up that last hand pretty succinctly. Bad time to be a hero. Yeah, very unfortunate timing for Dean there to find the Queen High hero call up against an absolute monster in a full house.
So he raises 192.
Chris puts in the 3-bet now with the nines. 192,000 back to Dean. 130 more for him to make this call with the 6-4 suited. He does not decide to speculate. He's going to just give that one up, move on to the next hand. Raise to 62 and a call from Dean with the 5-3. Chris out in front pre-flop, but Dean going to catch up on the flop here with his pair of 5s. Check back from Chris. Off to the turn we go. Hearts now a factor. 3 on board. Both players win one with one. Chris's is the superior heart.
3 bets 50.
Dean going to take a stab here. Third pair with a weak heart draw. Chris definitely not going to be folding, but call and raise both a realistic option here. He decides just to call. Dean improves to the bottom 2 pair. Well, not the bottom 2, but pretty close to it. He's going to try and get some value. Just king high for Chris. So Chris's turn to make a bad hero call. It is not. He stays disciplined. Dean will pick up the pot. Chris will lose the minimum.
I believe Stephen Mandine, Stephen, you have won yourself a ticket into the Jacks Up. Congratulations. We are running the second of the Jacks Up to a short front row for 6 square. If you would like to make it into this flip, please raise your hand and we'll give you shoulders.
Calls 24.
Seven suited plays 10-5. This one will be limped to a flop. Some interaction for both players. Chris catching a pair of 5s this time. Dean does have that gut shot. He has a backdoor flush draw to go along with it, and this 5 on the turn is going to breathe some life into Chris. Trips now. Going to continue setting the trap. Dean just going to check back a second time. 8 of clubs on the river. Trip 5s are good. Dean with just 10 high. Probably a good chance Dean bluffs at this if given the opportunity. Chris would have to check trips a second time here after checking the pair of 5s on the flop. Pretty tough to bring yourself to do that. He he's going to go for some value, and I'd say he's just going to be taking down the 3 bigs in the middle. Dean quickly letting go of his hand.
That's 88 refund.
Dean pick one up nice and quick there with the ace-10 suited.
One more. Reread 72. 74. Seven calls, 24. 3 checks.
10-7 suited for Dean. Jack-10 for Edgar.
Checks.
Nothing much here, just the limped pot. A few back doors for Dean, but not very impressive ones.
6 calls, 24.
Enough for him to stick around for one big blind though. Chris's Jack-10 is ahead for the moment.
Checks.
9 of spades on the turn will improve Dean to a gut shot, but he is still behind the Jack-high.
Checks.
7 on the river. Not the out that Dean was looking for, but it is an out that will work regardless. Pair of 7s will be the winner here.
Blinds are up 15-30.
There you go. Now he's happy.
Blinds 15-30 now. Two raises 65.
Alright, boys, we are on the second chance up to
Seven
seat 1 is down, seat 40 is Mitchell, seat 3 is Matt, seat 40 and 5 is Ross, seat 6 is Mike, seat 7 is Tony, seat 8 is John, seat 9 is Ray, seat 10 is Milan.
Still up.
seat 1 is top 7, seat 2 is King 8 Altitude, seat 3 is 6 5 Altitude, seat 4 is Ace 8 Diamond, seat 5 is Ace 9 Altitude, seat 6 is 4 Altitude, seat 7, sorry, 6 is 4 3 spot, seat 7, 4 3 for 6, Ace 2 space for 7, 2 5 Altitude 9,
Is it just me, or has there been a whole lot of Jack 8 and 10
7
7?
raise 65.
Blinds have ticked up now. We're playing 50k, 30k. Some nice neat numbers to work with. Just going to go for the raise. Dean will defend the Jack 8. Once again,
C3 check.
much for anyone here.
C7 bet 40,000.
There, and a quick fold from Dean.
Matt Hardy, you're looking for the ticket for the next time.
Guys, we've got that Jack Star running in the background. You can see all those tables. If you guys have buddies that are out in the mix there, drop them a shout out here. Michael's already let us know he's got Kevin Huang to ship the Jack Star. Let me know your picks. We are down to 2 in the Centurion, but there's a whole lot of people out there in the field for the Jack Star.
7-4.
Let us know who's your pick to take out that one.
19. 10. Next 25. Chip race, please. Yellows out front.
Everybody's done C3 1.
King 9 plays 7-4 suited here.
C7 raise 65. C3 go. C3 check. C7 bet.
Top pair for Chris. Not much at all for Dean, and he will give that one up nice and easy. We're starting to close that gap a little bit. When we came to heads up, we're looking at about, I want to say 2.4 plays 1.2. Chris took that big hit from that 6-3 of clubs hand to drop him down to around 600,000. And he managed to get max value out of his full house. Gets an ill-timed hero call from Dean. Now he's back to even better shape than he started this heads-up battle in.
C3 raise 70k. C7 fold. fold. Very cool.
Suited gapper for Dean. Looks like he's just going to go ahead and limp. He is dominated. Race probably would have taken this one down. As it stands, we are going to a flop here. Chris's 10 high is actually ahead. And this is exactly the flop that you're hoping for. Dean with the bottom pair, just going to check it back. 7 on the turn. This is not the turn you're looking for with the 10-3. That 2 pair is now counterfeit.
So 3 bets 50,000.
Still got to be feeling reasonably confident having that top pair. Dean going to take a small stab at this, around a half pot size bet with that bottom pair. Try and deny some equity. Chris does make the call off to river, and wow, those 2 7s being on board is really saving Dean's skin here. Both players with 3 pair. Counterfeit hand. Chris is out in the lead. Looks like Dean's going to go for a thin value bet here, and it is going to work against him. No good. Chris putting a little bit more of a shortage in that gap.
Seven raise 65.
Chris going to play his suited gapper a little more aggressively. Dean here with the king high. Those don't look like falling chips.
165.
They are not. Dean's going to put in the 3-bet here with the offsuit king up to 165. Might be a little bit too small. Out of position, we're giving Chris a pretty good price to continue with hands exactly like he has. When he's priced into call with 7 high, our 3-bet might not accomplish as much as we'd like it to.
7 cool.
Seven 5 suited is going to improve to the best hand here. Ace high flop then can certainly represent that in this 3-bet pot here.
Three bets 60,000.
Pretty small bet here from Dean, going with a really small size, trying to represent that he's going for value with an ace. Even if Chris does lean towards believing him here, with the bottom pair back to a flush draw, he's going to have to peel at least once for this price. See how things progress on the turn. Queen of Clubs. That's a card that Dean can certainly continue firing. He does pick up a gut shot now, but little does Dean know, but that club is actually causing him some real problems. Chris will not be able to fold now that he's picked up a flush draw to go along with his bottom pair. This pot is getting big. Big bullet from Dean on the turn here. 350k. And of course, Chris not able to fold with the flush draw to go along with his pair. 1.1 in the million. 1.1 in the million. 1.1 million in the middle. The question is, can Dean fire the last bullet? The third barrel, I think, is very likely to get the job done here. At the end of the day, you are just up against fourth pair on a board that makes a lot of sense for pre-flop 3-better to interact with. Dean does give it up, and his king high is no good. He'll get the bad news. He's up against a hand that he could have bluffed. And that is going to, I believe, completely even out the chip stacks. In fact, that might even give Chris the slight advantage. Ace king for Dean. See if he can start getting control of that momentum. Shift it back his direction here. Suited queen for Chris, certainly strong enough to defend. SI flop, just what Dean's looking for. 170 in the middle. Chris with just queen high, backdoor flush draw. There's a couple of backdoors. Might have been worth considering sticking around for one more straight, but he is just going to let that one go, and he does so correctly. Slight chip advantage now to Chris. Been Dean atop the leaderboard for as long as I can remember now, but things have shifted. Dean's going to have to try and get things going back his way. Have to reset. See what he can make happen. Stacks up pretty close.
65.
Any all-in pot here will either end it or virtually end it. 10-5 suited. We'll play 7-6 offsuit.
C3 check.
Top pair for Chris. Quick fold from Dean. That flop is certainly not going to do him any favours.
Pre-raise, 7k.
This could be Chris's opportunity to really put a gap between himself and his opponent here. King Jack suited. He's got his opponent dominated. King Jack suited, certainly strong enough to put in the 3-bet.
C7 raise, 190.
Jack 10 off is typically not a hand you want to be calling 3-bets with, but heads up in position is one of the times when you can do exactly that. Dean is going to make the tight fold here, and unfortunately for him, he avoids a potentially dangerous situation being dominated.
Go Dino! Dino for the win! Chris, you're rocking with the second right?
I'll still try. Don't worry.
Still try, come on! That's my friend win.
So that it's connected for Dean. He will just take the pot down without contention this time. Chris right on the 2 million chip mark now. Queen 10 plays 5s. A couple of very reasonable hands. Just going to play it aggressively. Dean, 35 more to call. We'll be off to a flop here.
Check.
And that flop is in favour of the Queen 10. Dean ahead with the top pair now. Chris not going to be loving this flop at all. All overcards to his pocket pair. 9 board repeats. Make it a little bit more likely that those 5s are good in Chris's mind. And Dean probably feeling very comfortable with his top pair here. Not only top pair, but a good kicker too.
C7 bet, 85k. C3 cool. C3 check. C7 check.
Dean tries to induce one more bluff from his opponent. He's not able to. Chris is going to check it down. Small pot going Dean's way.
Very cool. Seven chip. C7 chip. C3 bet 30k. C7 cool. C7 check. C3 check. C7 check. C3 bets 100k. C7
Chris really doing a good job of avoiding making any of these light calls, getting himself into trouble. Been a lot of times where Dean's looked to get some value from some pretty weak holdings. Chris staying disciplined, no missteps, and just making the folds when he needs to.
C7 cool. C3 check. C3 check.
Complete width for both here.
About 30.
Dean not going to lose any more on this hand, and that is going to have the stacks virtually identical. 1.8 apiece. 60 big blinds plays 60 big blinds. Wow, a couple of really strong hands here. King Jack, very strong heads up, and Ace Queen suited, very strong in just about any setup. Those are raising chips incoming. I don't think Dean will be folding this hand to a 3-bet.
190.
C7 raise, 190. Very cool.
We are off to a flop. 400k in the middle already.
Alright, all dealers in the chat, super high roller, please finish the 13 you are on, then you'll be on a 15-minute break. That is all dealers and players in the
That is a whiff for both.
Now a 15-minute break.
Ace high still ahead. Chris does have the backdoor flush draw, but he's going to check it over to Dean. Just going to start with a check, and once again, he's playing a big pot with King Jack against Ace Queen, and he's going to find a Jack on the turn. If you guys remember, he played a big hand against, I believe it was Milan earlier, where this was the same outcome. That diamond is a factor as well. Dean with the king of diamonds in his hand. At this point, Dean will be pretty happy to play a sizable pot here.
3 bets, 205.
Bet of half pot here from Dean. I was just saying how well Chris has done of avoiding any light calls when Dean's trying to get value. Can he do it again? And he will. Chris just dodging bullets here, and this heads up.
It was in the Jack Star Fleet. After we 3 bets remaining on the clock. If you don't have the silver deck, but please count the sum and ensure that the 53 process.
Dean now back in the lead, just over 2 million. Not a significant lead, but a lead nonetheless. Certainly enjoy feeling like he's got a bit of momentum on his side.
Let's do it. Let's do it. Chris might be a nice guy cheering for you. Come on. I'm good looking too.
Queen at 3, it plays ace 9. Chris going to start it out with just a call. The ace 9 has been out flopped. Dean manages to catch the second pair here. Ace 9 just going to fold. Once again, Dean tries to get some value from a weak hand, and Chris going to dodge the bullet.
Raise 65. Calls 30.
Raise 100.
Heavy raises 100. Calls 30. Seven checks.
And just going to go for the limp here with the Queen Jack suited. Chris with the dominated Queen 9 is going to make the call. Both players picking up straight draws here. Chris is double gutted. And he does pick up a flush draw now to go along with it. Dean is still ahead with his Jack kicker. And he is now going to pick up an open-ended straight draw.
3 minutes 45.
Dean thinks that he's bluffing here, but he's accidentally value betting a better Queen High. Question, does Chris find the check raise here? Don't know that Dean will be able to continue against a check raise with the 3 hearts on board. Chris certainly can't fold.
170.
Looked like he picked up a green chip. Great play here from Chris. Double got shot. He has a Queen High flush draw, but he has absolutely no showdown value. Fantastic spot to put in the raise. This puts a lot of pressure back on Dean. 125k to call. He does have an open ender. Both ends are to the nut straight, but with those hearts on board, he's worried he might just be drawing dead. Chris is going to take down this pot. Six plays 8-7.
7 plus 30.
Couple of pretty weak hands going to a flop here by the looks of it. Limp from Chris. Not much reason for Dean to be raising this one. He is just going to oblige the cheap flop.
3 checks.
That is nowhere near either of these guys. Possibility that these guys end up playing the board by the river. Dean technically has an open-ended straight draw, but one of them is to a chop. And he is just going to lay down the 9 high. Chip counts very, very close. 10 big blinds separate the two.
Oh, 40 or something. 40? Oh, 50. Yeah, that 50. 50 bigs.
That's more. Three calls 30.
All dealers to the when the jacks start to make their way back to the tables. All dealers, please move up one table.
7 checks.
With for both players here, Queen High ahead, but not really able to stand up to much pressure. Dean will take this one down.
All dealers in the Jetstar, please make your way back to your tables. Please move up on table. So if you're on table 3, go to table 4, 4 to 5, so on and so forth.
How's the Jetstar? Are you up 50%?
Yeah, 80k starts to go.
That's pretty good.
Falls 30. Seven jacks.
King, Jack, 10. This could be disaster here for Chris. He's caught the top pair, but Dean with the aces. Over pair, he's got the gut shot to go along with it. He has the backdoor nut flush draw. He's just started with a limp. This pot has remained pretty small so far. 6 of hearts. It's a pretty clean turn. Dean going to fire once more. On a clean river, I'd say he's pretty likely to get a third street. Off to the river here, 300,000 in the middle. Oh, and it looks like a clean river, but it isn't. Chris improves to 2 pair. No reason at all for Dean to not think that he can go for a third street of value here, but his aces have been officially cracked.
250.
That's a big river bet too, 250,000 and a quick call from Chris, and he's going to show Dean the bad news. These two guys are going to swap stacks. Dean, look of frustration on his face there. He knows that on any other river, just about, it was going to be the other way around. He would be scooping the 800,000 chip pot. Queen 3 suited for Dean, a 6 for Chris.
Alright, all dealers in the Jackson Super Bowl either resume dealing, resuming blinds off 300, 600, 600.
3 checks.
Staying pretty tame so far. There's a good chance this just goes check, check once more. Both guys with weak hands with a little bit of showdown value.
3 checks.
Tough for Dean to go for value against much, and Chris isn't going to be able to get anything better than his hand to fold. Very back and forth, heads up so far.
7 raises 100.
Chris has turned across the 2 million chip mark now. Still just about a 15 big blind gap between the two. Very, very deep still.
What a goal.
Potential for these guys to be here for quite some time. Hope you guys are comfortable.
Jackstar. Jackstar. Do it.
We calls 30.
Ace 8 for Dean. Going to go ahead and start with a limp again. 5-3 offsuit for Chris.
Pretty even. Yeah, basically.
Maybe that's 45. 7 cards.
Reversed here. This time Chris's turn to pick up an ace and Dean's turn to pick up the 5-3.
Good check. Three checks.
Ace high still ahead. Dean 2 undercards, but he does have a gut shot to go along with it.
Maybe it's 55.
I'm not sure if I saw that correctly, but it looked... Was that board different? Graphic? Hold on.
74.
Oh, it's not going to matter. Dean's going to take that one down.
Raise is 65.
Queen 10 plays a 7. Couple of reasonable hands here. To a flop. Queen 10 will take the lead. should have both players feeling a little bit more comfortable in their showdown value. And he should be comfortable enough to value bet, and he will. Ace high certainly strong enough that you can peel one here. Chris has done a great job of getting away from these, not paying Dean off so far.
He's called 70.
He will call once. Eight of spades on the river. Not going to change anything. Dean should still feel pretty confident.
That's 180.
Healthy size bet here.
Is there a Gary Retterly in the room? Gary
60% pot. And Chris once again going to do a good job of making a lay down. Stacks even right up once again. Virtually even.
You have to. You definitely have to. Is that you, Dom? Nah, it sounded like Dom. Chris, did you want one of these, mate?
Yeah, thanks. Sounds really good.
Is that better?
Much better.
Off to a flop here. Both players with clubs, but not a single one on board. King high is out in front. Very nothing flop here. Even more nothing. Very hard to interact with. King high actually very likely to be good here. I wonder if Chris feels good enough about it to start betting it, but he won't. He'll just check it back. 10 on the river. Dean may want to bet here, but I don't think King high is actually going to fold. In saying that, Chris has done a great job of making big folds with weak hands, so maybe Dean's able to get a bluff pass for him. Decides against it. Stacks will swap Chris now, the very slight chip leader. Very back and forth. 13,000 bucks on the line. Neither of these guys willing to give an inch.
Breaks in 7 minutes.
Yeah, but he's there.
Yeah.
Thirsty now.
I'm looking forward to it. Yeah. It's pretty like full on playing heads up. Way more training. It's way more training than normal poker. Playing heads up.
Well, because you're in every hand.
Yeah.
There's no hands where you can just sort of like switch off, right?
Three ways 65.
Is it
65.
Jack 10-9 rainbow. Dean does pick up a gut shot, but Chris's ace high is in the lead currently. See another 9 on the turn.
Three bets 55. 75.
Dean going to take that one down.
I'm alright, thanks.
You're lucky you said no, because he would have gone, well, I'm not getting you one anyway, you know, like that's...
Or put laxatives in it. That's why you should be rooting for me. I've got a rail now. Sorry, I'll put my...
15, yeah. Seven raises 65.
Do you like seeing yourself on TV, Truth?
Yeah.
30. Seven raises 200.
I don't even have mirrors in mine.
Seven raises 65.
King Jack for Chris, gonna race it up. Dean with the ace high. Those look like raising chips. We could be playing a 3-bet pot here.
Raises for 180.
Over to Chris. Both these guys starting with basically the same stack, 60 bigs each for an 80k. So pot just before Chris's ace high against Dean's King Jack offsuit. Just was playing the ace queen suited that hand, managed to make a nice fold on the river. And we are going to see the Jack connect once again, this time in the favor of Chris.
Checks.
Check, check, flop. Dean is going to pick up a 5 on the turn. Will help in case he's up against a better ace high that was unpaired. Chris, after checking back the flop, playing his top pair with some deceptions, surely going to go for some value on the turn now. And Dean might have caught up just enough to pay off a bet.
Nothing. Disappointing.
Big calls 180.
Dean is going to pay. This pot's starting to get big. 750k in the middle now. 6 of spades, 4 to a straight, 3 to a flush. Neither player with either of those top pair is good. Can Chris muster up a value bet on the river here? Pot is 750. Both players have about 1.5 million behind. And we are going to see Chris check it back. He's not going to go for any thin value here.
3 of 5s. Red jacks.
What's that?
Get the river.
I'm too scared. Like,
I was launching.
I'm too scared.
Launching.
What's handle?
Is that it? Are we breaking or are we doing one?
Yeah.
It's break.
Okay. It's break time.
Break time?
Yeah. Yeah, just 5 seconds.
All right, we are going to go on a break here. I assume Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Sky City Casino here in Adelaide for the APLPT Centurion. We are down to 2 players. Ones are currently 20k, 40k. Chris currently with the lead, 2.1 million. Players about 1.5 million. Going to a flop here.
Recheck.
Chris going to pick the gut shot up on the flop. 10 high, still out in front for Dean.
C7 bets 40k. Pretty cool. Oh, sorry.
Chris will take that one down. A little bit of aggression.
Raise. 100k. 100.
King 7 suited here for Dean. Ace in the big blind for Chris. That's a very tight fold. Can't be doing that. Boys and girls, don't try this at home.
I have the ante. I've got your ante. Oh.
You can call any ace to an open heads up, I promise. Dean getting the better hand to fold. I don't think that's what he expected to happen on that particular hand. I'm sure he'll take it if he knew.
C7 raised 90k.
Oh boy, this could get big. Queen Jack suited plays pocket 10s.
Pretty cool.
We are off to a flop. Oh boy.
C3 check.
Chris with the overpair. Dean, 2 overs and a flush draw. If you look at the equities, we see it's basically 50-50 from this point. Very strong hand, plays a very strong draw. Heads up, 35 big blinds effective. All the money could go in
65.
Right now. Dean decides to play this fast, put in the check raise. That's exactly what he's going to do.
180.
Small check raise up to 180,000. How does Chris respond to this in the hand of strong's pocket 10s? Give this some thought. Certainly contemplating his options here. Ball and raise both on the table. The 10 of diamonds in Chris's hand, he maybe could feel a little more comfortable about playing this one a little slowly from here with a call. Still, there's not that many turn cards that he really wants to see. A lot of bad ones.
435. C7 raise 435.
He is going to go ahead and put in the 3-bet here up to 435,000. certainly not unreasonable for Dean to just jam over the top of this. $1.2 million in his stack. Pot has 835 in it already.
Pretty cool.
He is just going to start with a call. We have an SPR of just below 1 now. 1.1 in the middle, 900 and change in Dean's stack. He is the effective stack. 8 of spades on the turn.
Free check.
This is the problem with playing this as a call, is that when we check on the turn after missing, there's a good chance that we just get jammed on. We don't actually get to see the river. It's a whole lot of our equity that we can get denied. Facing this all in, Dean likely just has to let the hand go. That's a big pickup there from Chris, and that's going to give him a commanding lead for the first time in this tournament. First time in this heads-up battle. Dean is going to drop below 1 million chips. Now a couple of 8s for Chris. Got a mystery hand for Dean. Off this stack size, these 8s might just get jammed. And he will. Chris going to just put the whole stack in. Not sure what Dean's hand is, but he was unable to call the jam with it. That's going to drop him down to 840,000. 21 big blinds now. Chris has the momentum. Can he close this out, or is Dean able to mount a comeback?
C7 cool.
Queen 9 plays Queen 10. Chris with the advantage here.
Free check.
Straight draws for both.
C7 back 40k.
Chris is open-ended, and his 10 kicker is currently still playing. Four of clubs on the turn won't change anything.
Free check. Seat 7 bets 135.
Chris will double barrel and he will take it down. Dean dropping below 20 bigs now. Payouts on screen. 19.4 locked up. Still another 13,000 for these guys to play for. Ace-9 for Dean, Ace-Jack for Chris. This could go in here. Less than 20 bigs. Ace-9 is a pretty strong ace heads up. Certainly strong enough to call a jam, and Chris's hand is certainly strong enough to do the jamming. We do see the all-in, and we see the snap call. Dean's going to get the bad news. Chris in great shape to close this thing out. Go to the board. No help for Dean so far. He needs a 9 or running spades. Chop out. 7 or a deuce would keep him alive. The 10 of diamonds. It is a blank, and that is it, ladies and gentlemen. Chris Edgar, our Centurion champion. Congratulations to Dean Cox on second place for just over 19,000. But Chris battled back from a huge deficit in this heads up. He has managed to close it out in the end for $32,400. Congrats to all participants that cashed in this event. Thank you everyone for tuning in. It's been a blast. I can't wait to bring you guys all the action from the Jack Star tomorrow. Thanks so much.